Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education. I am Trey Williams, Chair of the Commission. Today is May 30th, 2025. Ms. Hood, could we please have a roll call?
Commissioner Williams.
Present.
Commissioner Foss. Commissioner Marty. Commissioner Caballero.
Present. Present.
Thank you very much. It's now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. If you have not done so already, may I please remind you to put your phones on silent so that we can have our discussions uninterrupted. This morning, we will be skipping the traditional introductions and moving straight to item number 7 because of the volume of content that we need to navigate. So thank you all for being here. However, I don't want to think that skipping that in some way is ungrateful for your presence, because as you know, we always love having these conversations face to face. So with item number 12 in hearings, we have 2 items. The first is Trinity School of Nursing Plantation number 4579. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Good morning. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. I'm Daphne Polycarp, the administrator for Trinity School of Nursing.
Awesome.
Good morning. I'm Jonathan Jaffe, legal counsel for the Trinity School of Nursing.
Counselor?
Yes, Commissioners, this section, which is being initiated by an informal hearing on for the Trinity School of Nursing. This is our informal hearings sections. These 2 proceedings which are going to follow are quasi-judicial proceedings. This commission for both of these schools, including for Trinity School of Nursing, has already entered a notice of intent to deny their pending applications for licensure. The purpose of these proceedings is for the institutions to challenge that notice of intent by pleading any pertinent aggravating or rather, in their case, mitigating circumstances which they believe warrant a reconsideration of that notice. In the case of Trinity School of Nursing, this commission entered a notice of intent, I believe it was in August of last year. That notice of intent cited several deficiencies in their pending application, including a few years of failure to submit an application for licensure renewal, as well as concerns over the institution's meeting of Standard 3 of the Chapter 6E of the Florida Administrative Code, namely concerning the maintenance of adequate administrative staff. The institution filed a petition for formal administrative review before the Division of Administrative Hearings, DOA for short. The case went to DOA. A final hearing was not held in that case because your executive director and the institution reached a settlement agreement. And that settlement is before you at this time to vote for acceptance or not. If this commission votes to accept the settlement agreement, then a final order will issue granting the pending application for licensure with a few conditions which we will discuss. If the commission votes not to accept the settlement agreement, we will return to the Division of Administrative Hearings for further proceedings.
Director, do you have anything to add?
No addition at this time.
I want to make sure that you guys as representatives of the school are comfortable with the agreement that was put forth and the one that we're assessing at this time?
Yes.
Yes. No questions or comments about that?
No.
No? Commissioners?
I am going to just advise that if the commission is going to ask questions of the institution's representative, that she be sworn in,
Fair enough.
because this is an informal hearing.
Okay. Before we do that, let's just see if we have questions, otherwise. All right, why don't we go through that, and, ma'am, could you tell me your last name again?
Polycarp.
Okay. I wanted to make sure I was pronouncing it. I could see it on my sheet, and I wanted to make sure I was pronouncing it. Are you comfortable being sworn in so that we could ask these questions?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for being here. I'll now swear you in. Would you please hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you for that. You have vocalized your affirmation for the record. Commissioners, you have the Trinity Schools petition and the pertinent record of its application for licensure, including documentation submitted by both Trinity and the commission. We are being asked to approve a settlement agreement reached between the school and the executive director. Mr. Junta has previously explained that, and you may now ask questions if you have any of that or about that agreement of the school. Sure.
And I will go ahead and just, for the record, state what those settlement terms were. The first was that the clients, in this case, would fulfill all licensure requirements relating to the application for licensure. They have done those, so all the deficiencies have been corrected in that application for licensure that was in front of the commission previously. The Student Protection Fund fee had to be paid. That was paid to our office. The institution put in place a greater administrative capacity, ensuring that Ms. Polycarp has the proper support and capabilities moving forward to be able to submit those applications and the student data correctly. The institution agreed to pay $15,000 annual fee that is past due and owed, as well as an administrative of $5,000. And the institution agreed to a one-year temporary cessation of new enrollments in their PN program beginning March 28, 2025 to March 28, 2026, so she can focus on her most recent graduates to ensure that the most recent graduates pass the first licensure test of her NCLEX the first time. And then the annual licensure date will be revised to the March calendar timeframe.
Perfect. Ma'am, is all that consistent with your expectations as well?
That's correct.
Outstanding. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or want to discuss this further before we take a motion?
No, thank you. The executive director answered all my questions.
We're good? All right. I love it when a plan comes together. Thank you for this.
May
Well-
I offer a clarification on what the pending motion is, if the commission
Please.
is inclined to, okay, so if the commission is inclined to vote to accept the settlement agreement, then the language of the motion is going to be as follows. And I am going to ask Ms. Polycarp or Mr. Jaffe just to confirm for the record that what I'm about to read is consistent with our mutual understanding of the settlement terms. So the motion before you is to accept the settlement agreement between Trinity School of Nursing and the Commission's Executive Director as follows. That the pending application for annual licensure be granted subject to the following conditions. On or before June 13th, 2025, Trinity School of Nursing shall remit to the Comptroller's Office of the Florida Department of Education $15,000 in annual application fees and a $5,000 fine. Payments shall be made in 2 separate transactions, accompanied by completed fee transmittal forms. Proof of payment, including copies of the completed fee transmittal forms, must be submitted to the Commission no later than June 13th, 2025. If the institution fails to timely remit the required fees and fine, this Commission shall issue a final order denying the application for annual licensure. If the fees and fine are timely paid, the Commission shall issue a final order granting the application for annual licensure subject to the following conditions. From March 28, 2025 to March 28, 2026, Trinity School of Nursing shall cease enrollment of new students in its practical nursing program. This pause will allow the institution to focus on educating its currently enrolled students, preparing them to successfully pass their licensure examination, and aligning the program with best educational practices and standards. Finally, on or before December 1st, 2025, the institution shall submit its application for annual licensure renewal to this commission. Mr. Jaffe, is that consistent with the terms that we discussed?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, counselors. If there's no further discussion, is there a motion to accept the settlement under the conditions outlined by Mr. Junta?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to accept the settlement is adopted, and the final order granting the pending application will ensue if all the necessary conditions have been satisfied. Commissioners, can I have a motion to delegate to the chair authority to review and sign the final order on the commission's behalf once the order has been drafted and finalized?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion is adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really
I thank you
appreciate
so
you
much.
being here.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman, for your help.
Unsung hero over there. Our second informed hearing regards Stay Safe ELDT, school number 12580. If you're representing that institution, would you please come to the podium, introduce yourself? I'd appreciate it if you note your role and title as well, please.
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Garrett Bush. I'm Director of Education with Stay Safe ELDT School.
My name is Nadia Spini. I'm a consultant with Stay Safe ELDT School.
Thank you for being here. We'll go through the same swearing-in process, right?
That is correct. The consultant, I don't think, needs to be sworn in.
Outstanding. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Outstanding. So the witness has vocalized that affirmation clearly for the record. Commissioners, you have each before you Stay Safe's petition and the pertinent record of its application for licensure, including documentation submitted by both Stay Safe and commission staff as exhibits for our consideration. We have reviewed the petition and these exhibits. It would appear that you guys are not disputing any of the material findings or the facts reflected from February 14th and that notice of intent, but you are requesting the commission reconsider its intent to deny that application for initial provisional licensure. So now we are open to questions, should you guys have any, but I would like to give you the floor, give you the opportunity to just tell us where things are.
Sure. We appreciate the opportunity to present in front of you today, and we're happy to give you some good updates. First, with the clerked order, there were 2 items remaining to complete, one being the fire inspection, and we do have a copy of that here with us today that we can present to you if you care to see it, but we will be sending this to the program specialist following the meeting. Next is concerning the last item with the clerked order. We have the municipal business license to submit, and part of that process is completing the certificate of use for that facility. Now, we've gone through a huge ordeal, a long construction project to bring our site up to code with the city of Jacksonville. We had to connect our property to city water sewer despite having well and septic on the property to begin with, but whenever that changed from changed business types on the property, we were then forced to bring that up to city code.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Was that a surprise to you guys when they,
Oh,
because you thought
definitely.
you were going to be using the well and existing?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we thought, we left our initial meeting and we thought we were going to have everything done quickly. And we had already begun that process of getting the COU at that time. So anyway, fast forward, and after all of this, we've now gotten to the point as well where I've got a copy from City of Jacksonville saying that our COU status has been changed to final approved. And so we anticipate receiving that COU within, hopefully today, maybe one day early next week. But once we have the hard copy of that, we will then submit that copy and an application to the business license office through City of Jacksonville. We did go ahead and reach out to the business license department there and spoke with a representative that mentioned that the application process is pretty easy to go through. And once we submit that, we should receive something back relatively quickly. There's a quick turnaround. So we don't foresee any additional.
Allegedly, right? So-
Correct. I mean, it seems like if something can happen, it'll happen
Yes,
to
sir.
us.
Yes, sir.
So, but we do have copies of those items if you care to see today. If not, we will provide those to the program specialist.
But no, I appreciate that. I wanted to note that until just moments ago, I was unaware that you actually had well water infrastructure on the property. What was presented and what I assessed that on previously was that you guys didn't even have water. So how are you going to have operations, right? But it appeared you did have water. You just were being required to tap into the municipal access point.
That's correct.
Right. So that was news to me. I want to say that for the record. So that was certainly one of the points that was taken in consideration in February when we were thinking, how can you even, operate if you don't have water? Sorry that they sprung that on you, because I know it takes more than a smile to tap into municipal water.
That's right.
And likely a larger check than you anticipated making happen,
That's
right,
right.
with tying that in. So thanks for the clarity there. Can you talk a little about Stay Safe's affiliate nature with your parent company and how you're going to use this facility, just so everyone understands,
Yes, sir.
the broader idea?
Yes, sir. So our parent company is Pike Enterprises, part of Pike Electric's one of our companies. You may be familiar with seeing our brand down in Florida. We perform distribution, transmission services, substations, storm response. So utilizing this school helps with getting our employees the CDLs needed to operate our equipment, which are the straight trucks, bucket trucks, line trucks, that type of equipment. And so utilizing the school helps get our employees those CDLs to be able to operate that equipment around the country.
And you guys are going to be training tractor excluded A's almost exclusively there.
So we do have the penal restriction, fifth wheel restriction. So we're currently only doing the Class A CDLs, but
Right.
with that penal
With
restriction.
that exclusion, right? So
That's
it's a little
correct.
abbreviated, right?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Yeah.
And our student catalog recognizes that as well.
Yeah. And will you guys be training anyone who's not part of Pike Electric?
So the idea is hopefully in the future at some point to be able to potentially work with some of our customers in the utility industry to be
Okay.
able to
Which is
train-
why you're here, basically, right? Because if you were training your own employees or et cetera. Understood.
Correct,
Yeah.
as contract employees.
Right.
But we want to be able to, we understand there could be some requirements in the future as well with the state of Florida to be able to have this, go through the FCIE process, have that license to be able to train in the future as well. And we just want to make sure we're doing everything the right way.
Sure. Commissioners, do you guys have any additional questions or concerns? Thanks for all that clarity. I know it has been a road for you guys, 2 years?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I know you probably have a tremendous pent-up demand within your own ranks that you're hoping to get trained. I won't ask you what that number is, but I bet it's big.
Well, I've learned a lot through this process, stuff that I never thought I'd be involved in.
Fair. That's very tactful. Director, do you have anything additional?
So based on the discussion in front of us, the commission has a couple of different options in front of them. The option one can be to deny the pending application for initial provisional license for the reasons outlined in the original notice of intent dated February 14, 2025, or based on what you have heard today. The commission can grant the pending application for initial provisional license subject to the following conditions. On or before June 13, 2025, Stay Safe ELDT School shall submit to the Commission documentation demonstrating that all deficiencies identified in the February 14, 2025 Notice of Intent have been fully resolved. If the Commission's Executive Director determines that the deficiencies have been satisfactorily addressed by the specified deadline, the Commission shall issue a final order granting the initial provisional license. If the deficiencies are not resolved by June 13, 2025, the Commission shall issue a final order denying the pending application.
Thank you for that clarity. Then, is there,
Before we continue,
please.
just for the institutional representative, is June 13th enough time to demonstrate that the two deficiencies identified have been satisfied?
Well, one of those is complete. We would like to request what we requested within the original extension for June 30th, if that would be possible, just in case there is some holdup.
Sure.
nobody wants their Father's Day ruined?
That's right. I've got 3 boys, so
Right. Oh,
they make me
God.
happy. I hope
God,
this
that would
one-
be a terrible June 13th and Friday the 13th at that.
That's right.
Yeah, no, God, for all of our sake, let's move that to the 30th.
That's right.
Okay.
We just feel that would give us, the ample time to make sure we have everything completed.
Well, agreed on all points there. Okay. So then, with that clarity of the
Sure,
revisions, you need to say
so it's
something for
clear,
the record.
yeah, so just to make clear what's going to happen, if both deficiencies identified are not satisfied by June 30th, a final order will issue, which will deny the pending application.
Understood?
So now, is it prudent for us to ask for a motion? We have all the clarity we need? Okay. So with no other discussion, is there a motion to grant the application for initial provisional licensure?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. That motion to accept staff, recommendations adopted, and final order will ensue. Now it appears we would also need a motion to delegate to the acting chair authority to review and sign the final order on the commission's behalf. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is adopted as well. I know it's been a journey for you guys, but it feels like you're, right? Like this close.
That's right.
Now, okay. Thanks for the clarity that we would not have gotten had you not been here today. That means a lot. Really appreciate you. Do we have to formalize closure of that quasi judicial in any way?
No, it's over.
All right. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Item 13, non-degree institutional licensure issues. I think there is one in this section, which is the Commercial Driver's License School of Miami, number 1431. I'm assuming you're here for that institution. Thank you for being ahead of me. Would you please introduce yourself?
Yes, hello, I am Michelle Hill, Director of School Operations for the the CDL Schools LLC.
Great. And the way you just phrased that makes me think that that may transcend just Florida operations.
Yes, it does.
Okay, can you help us understand the breadth of that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So the CDL School LLC is owned by Transforce, headquartered in Alexandria, Virginia. So we have locations in Washington, Colorado, Kansas, Kentucky, Florida, Georgia, New York. I'm missing Texas. So, yes, I oversee the behind-the-scenes school operations for all of those locations.
Well, thank you for that clarity. Appreciate it. Obviously,
Thank you.
we're talking specifically about your Florida operation
Yes.
here today. Commissioners, I want to open the floor for discussion based on our previous order to appear back before the commission.
Yes, I mean, I wasn't here on that original one, so apologies.
Yes.
To play, I guess, my understanding is there's been continued losses, and part of the response I was given is that a lot of those losses had to do with allocation expenses to the parent company.
Correct. So when we went to doing audited financials specifically for the CDL school as a LLC, we do transfer that parent allocation to Transforce. And so as a result, over the last few fiscal years with that change, our net income does show a negative. But with the current progress report they submitted, when looking at the regulations, like our current ratio continues to improve, like we continue to show that we have net worth and net value to continue to maintain operations. It's just that that bottom line number does show negative with that parent allocation, which we're required to do per the CPA and how GAAP rules apply.
Yeah, because on the disclosure in the financial statements by PricewaterhouseCoopers, which is a phenomenal firm, it states that those allocations are reasonable.
Correct. So,
So So
yeah,
if they're reasonable, I just don't understand how there could be a case made to say that the losses are due to those expenses.
oh, they said that they were reasonable. So, I'm not a CPA, and unfortunately, our CFO was not able to be here today to provide additional clarification, other than because it's my understanding that the way the rules change about having specific to our school, like we are working on balancing that parent allocation out, but unfortunately, we're still kind of playing catch up with that. So as the years continue, we should be fine. But TransForce has been around for a long time and continues to be supportive. I mean, they're our parent company. So if there is a loss, like they're helping to address that. So if we were to combine our financials and see TransForce's, the numbers would look different. Because we're not a separate, S corp or a corporation. We're an LLC, so that's how we fall underneath them.
Yeah, you have to tie up.
Yeah.
I think Commissioner Caballero is speaking to when you have the size and scope and breadth that you guys have, it's sometimes easier to narrow your focus into operations that aren't costing you 7-digit numbers. And if that allocation is indeed reasonable, then it is part of your expenses and you did lose a large amount of money.
Correct.
Right? And if you have locations all across the nation, the concern of commission is always for the welfare of the students and the possibility that someone may look at that bottom line compared to the other locations across the nation and say, I don't know that we want to continue to operate in this location because
Correct.
we are losing millions of dollars and the students, could be negatively affected by that. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, in the school in the Miami location was required by TransForce in 2018, and we continue to maintain operation. I absolutely understand that perspective, having been in the government compliance and having to look at a school's ability to maintain operation. I think the one thing that we tried to in our submission indicate is like our training is a 4-week training. So if for some reason that there was a decision to close the Miami location, we would fulfill our commitments to the students and not have to impact the state and the taxpayers, with having to refund and give money back. We're very aware of that. And like I said, our training is 4 weeks. So if those decisions were made, it would be ahead of time. And so there would be, we are able to maintain operation. But I guess my point is that if that were to come to case, we're not talking about a 9-month program or a 2-year program. We're talking about a 4-week program.
Sure.
So I just want to put that into some
Do
perspective.
you know on average just how many students you have there at any given point?
I do not know off the top of my head the total number of students that are there at any given point. I mean, weekly, probably between 12 and 15 weekly. Weekly, yeah, we have weekly starts.
Right, okay.
So over
at
a month,
any
like
point
that's
in
like
time,
60,
50
yeah.
or 60
Yeah.
people, if that decision was made, would have to be taught out.
Correct.
Right, okay. Right, do you have anything further? Counselors, do you have any additional questions or concerns? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the financial progress report within staff recommendations?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for the explanation.
Yeah, thank you for the
being here.
clarification.
No problem. And when we submit our renewal, I'll be helping clarify because what you see now is what's going to be most likely in our renewal packet. So I'll make sure to kind of address some of those questions for our renewal because I'm sure I'll be back here in October.
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll see you then.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda within Section 13 is B, application for provisional licensure. There are 17 items that we will take individually. The first is American CDL Drivers Academy, Davie number 13273. If you're here from that institution, please come to the podium, introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Manasseh St. Fleur, Campus Director for American CDL Drivers Academy.
Good morning. My name is Tufik Vami, and I am the Program Director at the American CDL Drivers Academy.
Thank you for being here, gentlemen.
You don't need to know who I am.
No, we all need to know.
Chris Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti.
Thanks to all of you for being here. I know there has been robust conversation on your side of the equation around navigating this process, and I think it's the intent of the commission to try to bring some consistency among everybody who's providing such a vital service, right, to to the state of Florida. And we did have a couple of, well, I don't know if we revised any of those. You did? Okay. Before we ask you for what those are, though, let's just talk. Can you tell me a little about your backgrounds and the impetus for creating American CDL?
Yes. Since 2005, I can be a truck driver, drive all over United States. And I worked for many companies after that and go to Utah, Florida, work for some big trucking company. And then I decided to create my own trucking company. And I hired drivers from schools in Miami, where I live. It can be a big challenge because I feel like they're not really prepared. They get in a lot of accidents, and I say, this is not a good business for those drivers to be trained in the school, and then when they come to my school, I end up being a university, like training drivers that's not really prepared from school. And my brother called me one day. He said, all the drivers that he'd been training, he was driving through, and they're not really prepared. So what do you think if we open a truck driving school so we can prepare our own drivers and so we can have a better safety? And
So are you hiring the majority of your students for your own trucking freight organization?
Yes, we do hire our own students, and but now we put our trucking company on the side because the business is really bad right now, but
we are in a
still
down
stay-
freight cycle.
Yeah, so we stay in business, training people to keep the roads safer.
Okay. Thank you for that. I would like to note that right now, as we're all sitting here, there are about 15,000 available CDL jobs in the state of Florida, and the state is woefully under capacity to meet those needs. And I know that it's everyone's intent for the state's economy to not be constrained by limitations on driver availability, and certainly we need good training providers all across the state. There's a lot of folks who can be lifted into the middle class with this type of training, and I applaud you for recognizing those deficiencies and in an attempt to help lift up others in the process. I think that's how everyone benefits. Director, I think you had some revised staff recommendations, or at least bullets we wanted to address. Is that the case?
So upon further review of your program your program hours, your program titles, and the curricula that has been provided to us through your catalogs, we have a couple of contingencies that we would like to add at the table. The contingencies would be as follows: grant the provisional license, which shall remain active and valid up to 1 year after the date of issuance upon the following contingencies being met. In order to better comply with the requirements of Rule 6E-2.0044, Florida Administrative Code. Number 1, revise program titles and/or hours to clearly reflect their purpose and scope, specifically indicating whether they're entry-level driver training programs or whether they are CDL endorsement programs. 2, submit curricula for all ELDT programs to the Commission, demonstrating compliance with the curricular requirements of 49 CFR 380. Those order the delegate authority to the executive director to issue the provisional license when the contingencies are timely fulfilled. Order that the contingencies be timely fulfilled and all required materials received in the Commission office within 30 days of the clerk to order. Order the institution make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees, or an extension thereof, no later than 120 days prior to the scheduled renewal date. And for some of these contingencies, when we're talking about your program hours and your program names, I'll give you one example for yours. So when you have 5 different programs, the last programs are entry-level driving training Class B, automatic passenger, and school bus endorsements without a CDL, and it is a Class B and an endorsement for 160 hours, which is the same number of hours as just your Class B automatic, but you're adding an endorsement onto it. So those may need to be separated out to just an endorsement, separated from your Class B. So you would have your Class B programs and then maybe just an endorsement and then hours for that endorsement program. So that way it can be tacked on at the end or just a standalone program for the students to come back to. So but staff will be happy to work with you behind the scenes on those things. And then the curricula is to ensure that all of the FMCSA requirements have been met.
Executive Director, if I may.
Of course.
The curricula, would you like to see syllabi with outlines, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah,
For each program or for the A's?
For each program, please.
Okay.
Counselor, there, in that FMCSA guideline, they very clearly illuminate the 31 different pieces of curriculum that have to be included. Easy to accomplish, but when parts of that are missed, it means you're not compliant with federal regulations, right? Which I know this commission doesn't want to improve someone who isn't compliant federally, right, at a state level. And just to note, I understand the mindset behind saying we can license someone and add these endorsements on. That is somewhat of a linear process that doesn't really run concurrently, and that was why it was our recommendation to separate the Class A, Class B licensing training from an additional endorsement that can just be tacked on with additional hours. But obviously, if it takes 160 hours to train a Class A, you can't train a Class A and endorsements in the same amount of time. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Anything additional? Well, gentlemen, I think there are about 2,000 available CDL jobs in Broward County right now, and in desperate need of drivers. I really hope you guys tidy this up and get it done so we can all get some people behind the wheel, right?
We'll get it to the commission right away.
Outstanding. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions?
No.
Any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the staff recommendations as revised and bulleted by the executive director?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you,
Good
Chair Williams.
conversations.
Thank you.
Number 2 on this list is Apex Training Center Incorporated, Lauderhill, number 13349. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Stefan Larison. I'm a electrical engineer and also a licensed air conditioning contractor for the state of Florida.
Can you make it cooler in here?
It's already good. It's good. Okay. We've been in operation since 2004, and we've been operating Apex Training Center in Miami since 2008. And we recently opened a new center in Broward County. And the reason is some of our students have to travel over 40 miles to get to the school in Miami. So we decided to open in Broward County right now. And that's all I can say for now.
Are you familiar with the staff recommendations that we have before us, including the 2 contingencies that were outlined in there?
I'm not sure exactly which one.
Well, the staff recommendation we're looking before us was to grant the provisional licensure, but there were 2 contingencies around the submission of a pro forma balance sheet and fire inspections. And then I don't know if that possibly had been done because our data is always trailing a little.
Yeah, we did send CPA did the financials, and also I think they sent the fire inspection report. But I can always make a copy and send it today again.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Any public comment? I'll follow up and say that everybody knows what's going on with trades and the need for HVAC professionals, just like drivers, just like carpenters, just like plumbers. It's what allows the rest of the world to move, right?
Exactly.
So I'm sure it's sorely needed down there. I'm going to be interested when you guys get open there to see your placement rates and who you're working with, right, to get those guys, because I know there's probably tons of jobs.
A lot of jobs, yes.
In fact, do you mind if I ask what the starting comp for someone who graduates from your program would expect? What would they see in your area?
I'm talking about the salary?
Yes.
They start between 16 to 25.
Okay.
Depend on
Yeah.
company.
Nice. Well, it's still $1,000 a week,
Yeah.
right? Yes, sir. All right. If there's no additional questions or comments, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for 13349?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Number 3 is Empower Training Center, Lauderhill, number 13308. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Manushka Lewis. I'm the program director for Empowered Training Center.
Thank you for being here this morning. Are you familiar with the staff recommendations that include 5 different contingencies that we're reviewing here?
Yes. For me, the contingency have been completed. Like last night, I tried to work on them, and I have the fire inspection brand new now. Update.
Outstanding. They're, all 5 of those are part of the contingencies that would need to be met within 90 days of this. Are you comfortable with the timeline to clear up those deficiencies?
Yes, I have the catalog revision on page 9 already, and I add the cost description on page 32 to 41. The refund policy had been updated, and the hours for the PCT program been 600 hours now. Yeah.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? Let me make sure I do not. Give me just one moment, please.
Okay.
I don't. All right, thank you for that. Any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13308?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. 90 days. Thank you.
Thank
Sure
you.
you'll get those done.
Okay.
Next on the list is Florida CDL Truck Driving School, Haines City, number 13194. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning. I'm Victor Rodriguez, training manager.
Good morning. My name is Omar Grajales. I'm the office manager.
Outstanding.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Hajar and the Vice President at Otero Consulting Group.
Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you coming in for a discussion. Are you guys fluent and aware of the staff recommendations that we're assessing here before us? So all of the information that we get is always trailing just a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit how things are going for you guys year to date for 2025?
It's pretty slow right now, to be honest with you. But so far, we are making some changes on the training programs as required by the CIE.
Yeah, I don't know that the CIE doesn't dictate your training requirements. That's dictated at the federal level. Do you know what to attribute the slowness of the business to? Are you guys still solvent and feeling comfortable in your ability to move forward despite that slowness?
Yes.
Any ideas why it has slowed down, or how you might be addressing that internally?
We would say the economy, tariffs, for example.
Yeah, I often say that the people that can benefit from the type of training you provide are the ones that are least likely to be able to afford it. And it's a bit ironic, right? Director, I think you have bullets and revisions for this as well.
I do. So at this time, I would like to recommend a few contingencies to be added to the summary sheets. Those would be grant the provisional license, which shall remain active and valid for up to 1 year after the date of issuance, upon the following contingencies being met. In order to better comply with the requirements of Rule 60-2.004, Florida Administrative Code. Number 1, revise the program titles to clearly reflect their purpose and scope, specifically indicating whether they are entry-level driver training programs. And number 2, submit curricula for all ELDT programs to the Commission, demonstrating compliance with the curricular requirements of 49 CFR 380. Number 3, demonstrate consistency between the descriptions of the ELDT programs, including their mode of delivery, in the course catalog and the institution's listing on the FMCSA Training Provider Registry.
So, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Delegate authority to the executive director to issue the provisional license when the contingencies are timely filed. Order that the contingencies must be fulfilled and all the required materials received in the commission office within 30 days of the clerk's order. Order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, material, and fees, or an extension thereof no later than 120 days prior to the scheduled renewal date. Grant approval of the hybrid asynchronous delivery of the theory courses only within the Class A automatic training, advanced diploma, Class A manual training, advanced diploma programs upon issuance of the provisional license.
So maybe we can condense that down into a little quick conversation of at the FMCSA level, entry-level driver training is a defined term, capital E, and I think it's the commission's hope to bring consistency across everyone who provides this type of training to note if it's ELDT, so that you understand that if another training provider is offering ELDT for Class A and then you're offering ELDT for Class A, that it's apples to apples of what the curriculum is supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be, it's defined by FMCSA. So that was the impetus for this program. Go ahead. Oh, I thought you were clicking. I heard the click and thought you had something to say. Keep your hand off that. Right. So that it just brings consistency around student expectations, so they understand I'm an entry-level driver, and since that's capital E in Washington, D.C., it makes sense for us all to use the same terminology. The one question I had here was, you have a passenger endorsement program in here, right?
Yes.
Right. And that it would usually be in addition to the requirements that you would have to meet in order to get a Class B, but that Class B program was actually shorter than your passenger, which is a little confusing to me.
Yeah, he could speak with regard to that a little bit more.
Sure.
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
So it's 40 hours for your Class B, right? But it's 37 and a half for your Class B with a passenger. So it's additional curriculum, but your program is shorter. So I'm confused by that. Unless you're saying that 37.5 hours is just for the passenger endorsement, not for Class B and the class. Is that what it is?
Correct.
That's why we got to rename it, right? Because it says Class B passenger training. So I would think you're training the Class B plus the passenger training. And so that's why I think it's important to separate out this entry-level driver training, Class A and B, passenger endorsements, right? Those are separate things.
And based on that discussion, I would like to revise the second contingency.
Sorry.
Just to specify that for you on the clerk's order, so it's very easy when you get it. So just to revise, and it would be, I'm sorry, it's the first contingency. It would state, revise the program titles to clearly reflect their purpose and scope, specifically indicating whether they are entry-level driver training programs or whether they are CDL endorsement programs.
For sure. Thank you.
All right. What do you do that training on for your passenger? What type of equipment?
It would be a school bus.
But you're not doing the school bus training?
We're not a school bus.
You're just doing the passenger endorsement, even though you're using a school bus?
Correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure, you know that that school bus would have to be a different program should you want to do that endorsement, right?
Correct.
Okay, just make sure we're on the same page. All right, commissioners, any additional questions or concerns? Any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised by the executive director?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank
I like the positive energy. You know, we used to get clapping from behind the curtain over here when someone got their provisional license. And we don't get clapping from over there anymore. I miss it. The next item on the list is Gulf Coast CDL training, Northport, number 13253. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Konstantin Kudra, Gulf Coast CDL training, Northport, Florida.
Thank you for being here, sir. How are you today?
Tired? Let's be honest.
We should start a club. I think a lot of people in this room might qualify to be part of the Tired Club.
The day before, sleepless night, long drive. What can I say?
Understood. Well, thank you for being here. It's always an easier conversation if we have them in person.
Yeah,
right?
thank you.
I know you likely heard the conversation that we just had around trying to bring some consistency across everyone who provides this type of training. I will say yours is very straight and to the point with one program, Class A.
Yep.
Nothing else being added. So you're not doing Class Bs, you're not doing passenger, you're not doing school bus, none of that,
No.
right?
Class A.
Yes. Pardon me just one second. Do we want to talk about the TPR and illuminate that a little bit for the online? Because I know it's part of you. Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and add the contingencies just like we have for our previous CDL schools for you, and then we'll talk a little bit about the third contingency in this case that some of y'all are getting, because it'll be consistent between those of you that are stating that you have online capabilities. So for this institution, we are recommending granting the annual license, which shall remain active and valid for up to 1 year after the date of issuance, upon the following contingencies being met in order to better comply with the requirements of Rule 6E-2.004 Florida Administrative Code. Number 1, revise the program title to clearly reflect their purpose and scope, specifically indicating whether they are entry-level driver training programs. 2, submit curricula for all ELDT programs to the Commission demonstrating compliance with the curricular requirements of 49 CFR 380. 3, demonstrate consistency between the descriptions of ELDT programs, including their mode of delivery, and the course catalog on the institution's listing on the FMCSA training provider. Delegate authority to the executive director to issue the provisional license when the contingencies are timely fulfilled. Order that the contingencies must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the commission office within 30 days of the clerk's order. Order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for the renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees, or an extension thereof no later than 120 days prior to the scheduled renewal date. Grant approval of the hybrid asynchronous delivery for the theory courses only with the Class A CDL training program upon issuance of the provisional license. So that would be the revised contingencies, and I'll make 2 notes. So previously, we were talking about when you change your program titles, for everyone that is getting any of these contingencies to change your program title, please keep in mind when you change your program title, those do need to be consistent across all your documents. So your catalogs, your enrollment agreements, all of those will need to be modified to appropriately balance the change in the titles. For your online, what we are seeing in some of the institutions that are now coming up and stating that they are asking for the online for the theory portions, when you're registered at the TPR, if you're already registered in the TPR, we are looking into it to see how you're registered. You're registered as in-person only. So those 2 need to be consistent. However, if you are registering for online TPR or online in the TPR, TPR was requiring that if you're doing online theory training, that the institution or whatever group is providing the theory training has to put those students into the system. So if you're using a third party to do your theory online, the third party is going to have to put your students in the system for the theory portion. Are you planning to do your theory yourself online, or are you hiring or contracting with a third party?
Well, I'm utilizing the third party and it's integrated in the management program that I'm using. So pretty much once they complete the online, there is my name on the certificates, along with their name as a third party providers.
Yeah, so the commission has received confirmation from FMCSA that if the training is completed via an online platform, that it is that online platform's responsibility to put the student into the TPR. So it would require that if, like for instance, you're registered as in-person in the TPR, that you're doing the theory yourself, but you're in fact doing it online. So we're just saying there has to be parity between those two, and the FMCSA has stated that if it is done online and not in person, that the online program has to make that sync with the TBR, not you, because you're not the person that provided the curriculum. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. This has been something we see consistently, and quite frankly, not just within CIE licensed schools. It's something that I think is, there's some mental gymnastics between making the connections between state requirements and federal requirements and online and not online. And we can appreciate the complexity of that, but it does mean if you're doing it online, that online provider has to enter them into the TPR. Otherwise, it would be done in person. And if you did it in person, then obviously you would be able to enter them in the TPR. All right. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? No. Sir, does this make sense? Dr. Otero, do you guys have any questions about that?
No, sir.
All right. Then is there any public comment? Hearing none, can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised by the executive director?
Simon.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here. Makes a much easier conversation. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
See, there's the energy we were looking for, right? A provisionally licensed school, that's worth applauding, most definitely. Number 6 is JDCDL Driving School, number 13272. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jason Wright. I'm the owner of JDCDL Driving School in Lakeland, Florida.
Chris Giorgetti, Santoro, Ferguson, and Giorgetti.
Thank you both for being here. I know you probably been listening to the same discussions that we just had that should bring some parity and consistency across the state. Is it my understanding that we have a revised request to consider?
We do. So the institution on May 5th, 2025 has requested additional time until June 5th, 2025 to prepare and submit the materials listed in their April 3rd, 2025 clerked order.
And gentlemen, do y'all have any questions about the previous conversations we had so that that upcoming submission is consistent with the bullets that we outlined there?
No, sir.
It was very helpful. Now we can submit everything at one time and knock it all out.
Yes, sir.
Great. Then we don't have to dig through that any further. I think we
Nope.
can just ask for a motion on the extension.
Exactly.
Okay,
On
good deal.
this one, for the record, because you are asking for an additional extension past a clerked order where we have already done one extension, would you like to go ahead and waive your 90 days so that way the commission is not bound by your original order?
Yes.
Thank you. So now we can go ahead with the motion.
Yeah, the leapfrog timing of that 90 days is always challenging for us. All right, then do I have a motion to accept the request for extension? Because it's not really staff recommendations, right?
Correct. We would be recommending accepting their extension request to June 5th, 2025 to prepare and submit the materials to the commission.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good luck putting all those together, gentlemen. We'll get it done
Thank
by
you very
June
much.
5th.
Thank you.
All right. Number 7 is Latin Beauty Institute, Fort Pierce, number 12814. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Leonel Vera, admissions and representative for Latin Beauty Institute.
Good morning, Yamile Garcia, president del Latin Beauty Institute.
Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with the staff recommendations, including what appears to be 2 contingencies that we're assessing here today?
Yes, sir. The first contingency we took care of, and it's already been resubmitted. And for the second one, we're not really sure what we're asking for on that one. We've revised it. We're good to go on the projections.
Go ahead.
Did you say you're comfortable with, have you revised it?
Yeah, with the
Okay.
with the projections that we have, we're pretty comfortable. We
Okay.
think we can meet them. Yeah.
And so what this is, when we're asking the revision to the projected enrollments on your Form 606 and then submission of the additional licensure fee in accordance with the Rule 60-4.001, there are certain levels. If you have projected your enrollment, there's, I believe, 3 or 4 different levels. When you project your enrollment at the different level, there's a different licensure fee associated with that. So the first time you submitted, you put a certain enrollment, but then paid a lower licensure fee. So you need to align those two. But staff will be happy to help you through that process. If you have not yet adjusted those, you can reach out to your program specialist and they'll be happy to help you with that.
Awesome. We'll make sure to submit that as soon as possible.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any additional questions or comments?
On the financial statements, I think we're missing the statement of the income statement.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That it looks in the financial statements, we're missing the income statement, the profit and loss, unless.
So we have a balance sheet. I don't see, should be no statement of cash flows at this point. They're not operational, right?
Correct.
So we just,
So we do have a copy of everything. If you need a paper copy, we have it. As far as financials, we talked with our program specialist about 3 days ago and a little bit before the meeting, and everything seemed good to go.
so maybe you can clarify what the traditional components of financial statements are, Commissioner Caballero?
Strictly for a compilation, it should be a balance sheet and an income statement. And then this, it just looks like it's a balance sheet, so there's no profit and loss. It goes straight from page 2, which is the balance sheet, to page 3, which starts the disclosures.
He's correct.
Would you give?
You guys are still pre-revenue though, right? So you're not.
Yes, yes,
Right,
we're-
right. So what it means is that perhaps it was left out because there were none, but I agree that it should have been part of every compilation, should have those, right?
I mean, if it just could, I don't know if it could be added.
So,
Oh,
right
I'm
here,
sorry, go ahead.
are we talking about the financial statements for the institution or individuals?
No, for the
institution.
The institution? Well,
So Commissioner Caballero, on the page 3 of their financials, the CPA acknowledged that the institute has not started operations, which may be why that was left off of this particular statement.
Okay.
But if you would like for me to have them.
No, if it didn't have any, it's just.
That's what so most likely it was probably all zeros, so the
Got it.
CPA just left a note that they hadn't started operations and omitted it. But if you would like to have that as a contingency and have the CPA provide it.
Thank you for the clarification.
No, I'd like to note how awesome it is to have a CPA as a commissioner who said, when it says a compilation, it's supposed to include these components, right? Otherwise, it has not been compiled. So, God, it's just awesome, Commissioner Caballero, to have you up here. We may understand their reasoning, but that still doesn't constitute a traditional compilation, so I appreciate it. Don't want a contingency, though? We're okay?
No.
Okay. All right. Do you have any additional questions or comments?
We're ready to get started.
I bet, no doubt about it. Any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12814?
Summit.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
so much.
Number 8 is Medcare Institute Winter Haven, number 13168. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Good morning.
Good morning. Everyone. My name is Sejini Jean Louise, Admission Director.
My name is Euphemia Henley, and I'm the Director of Education for Medcare Institute.
Thank you both for being here. Are you familiar with the staff recommendations that we're assessing here in front of us? Yes,
Not
no?
yet, sir.
Have you read and are you familiar with the staff recommendations that should have been shared with you prior? Because that's what we're going to be making motions for. I just want to make sure you're familiar with it
Yes.
as well. Okay. And there is a 120-day timeline here before your renewal date, but there are no contingencies. Do you guys feel like you're 100% prepared?
Yes, sir.
Are you anxious for that
Can't
as well?
wait.
Yes. Okay. All right. Commissioners, any questions or comment? No. Trader, do you have anything to add to this?
I do not.
All right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13168?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Commissioners.
much.
And we also would like to thank Ms. Barbara Davis and Ms. Rosario Nunez.
Awesome.
for helping us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is National Institute of Education, Hialeah, number 13331. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Okay. It appears that they are unable to be here in person. And I recently learned that when we have in-person meetings, that there is no online engagement. And in the last meeting, I had been asking if we had someone online, and that apparently was a stupid question because we don't have anybody online when we're in person. But I was well intended with that question. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments before we take a motion, since we have no one to talk to? Any public comment? Then can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13331?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Number 10 on the list is Oak Tree Technical Vero Beach, number 13269. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hello.
Hello, good morning. My name is Tisa Bligin, and I'm the administrator of Oak Tree Technical.
I'm Darian Bligin, and trainer tester, Oak Tree Technical.
Thank you both for being here. Appreciate it. Did I hear you say that you're a tester
Yes.
also? How long have you been an examiner?
2.5 years.
Nice. How did you enjoy going through the revised testing model this past year?
It wasn't too bad, actually.
Yeah.
It wasn't too bad.
It's different.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's as tactful as I can be about that.
Exactly.
I'm assuming that you guys heard the robust conversations we had relative to trying to bring consistency between everyone who's providing this type of training.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you, it sounds like this perhaps might be affiliated with an existing business. Do you have a tire center or something like that? I saw the name of your company, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so we're, you talk about transition. We started years ago offering tire service. So we started the process of adding driver training, and not knowing how it would go, we just kept the name.
I see.
We've since transitioned from that name.
Outstanding. Did you understand our request for the program names being entry-level driver training? Because that brings consistency that is based on the definitions from FMCSA, so the names of your programs. Okay.
Yes.
The other question that I had with you guys was I'm sure you heard us talk about if it takes 120 hours to do a Class B, then you can't do a Class B with additional endorsements in the same amount of time. So we had been recommending that those licensing components be separate from additional endorsements that are almost like add-ons, right, to the licensing. Otherwise, something would have to be redacted from the curriculum in order to add an endorsement in, so you can't do both in the same amount of time. Does that make sense?
Yes, I
to both?
understand. Yes.
Okay. And you're doing both passenger and school bus?
Yes.
Are you doing both of those on a school bus?
Yes.
There's a lot of people in this room that own school buses. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah. Mine is really ugly, my school bus. It needs to be painted and wrapped. I don't know what yours looks like, but ours is really ugly.
We painted ours, yeah.
All right, well then you're ahead of me on that. Ours needs to be painted. All right, do you want to read the revised bullets?
I do. So you will have many similar revised contingencies as the others. So we would recommend granting the provisional license, which shall remain active and valid up to 1 year after the date of issuance. Upon the following contingencies being met, in order to better comply with the requirements of Rule 60-2.0044, Florida Administrative Code, number 1, revise your program titles and/or hours to clearly reflect their purpose and scope, specifically indicating whether they are entry-level driver training programs or whether they are CDL endorsement programs. Number 2, submit curricula for all ELD programs to the Commission, demonstrating compliance with the curricular requirements of 49 CFR 380. And you do not have any online training, correct?
No.
So they don't get the third contingency.
All right.
And let me finish the spill that I give. Order, delegate authority to the executive director to issue the provisional license when the contingencies are timely filed. Order that the contingencies must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the commission office within 30 days of the clerk to order. Order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees, or an extension thereof no later than 120 days prior to the scheduled renewal date.
You guys understand all of those?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the timeline on those contingencies? Can we reiterate that?
30 days.
You guys comfortable with that? Just
Yes.
want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Not a problem.
Okay. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments?
Chair Williams, I have one. Looking at the income statement, I just wanted to confirm, and I think you already asked us, that there's been no operations for the CDL programs from this income statement, correct? It's a different business. I just wanted to get clarification.
Did you understand the question from Commissioner
So
Batista?
there's been minimal, because we've been testing, for.
That's probably there. He's a
Tester, so
third-party
that's where the-
administrative examiner, so
But it's not coming from the CDL training.
not from the training. Have you been taking students for training?
We've been taking some.
And where were you with that?
They ceased advertising.
Okay, yeah. I think the commission and the licensee have an agreement that was contingent upon them being here today for continuation of their operations.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
awesome. But thanks for noting that. All right. Any public comment on the matter? And do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised by the executive director?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here, guys.
Thank you.
To all of you guys, when you woke up this morning, did you think you were going to learn this much about commercial driver training?
Thank you.
You very excited about that? We're not done yet. There's like 3 or 4 more. So We should all get a free trucker hat by the end of the day here. Number 11 is Orlando Medical Assistant School, Sanford, number 13239. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hello, sir.
Hello, good morning. I'm Pete Gilkey, Vice President of Compliance, and happy to be here.
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Have you familiarized yourself and do you understand the staff recommendations that we have before us?
I do. I understand them.
There appear to be 3 contingencies.
We will comply.
Outstanding. Commissioners, any questions or comments for the gentleman? Are you working with employers so that your students are actively engaged in applying for the jobs?
Absolutely.
Can you tell us a little about that?
We assist them in job and interview, and we help them find jobs as well. We develop relationships, of course, through the extern program, where we're reaching out to medical practices, and that itself is a good avenue. So part of our program, of course, is an externship where they're going into a real office and performing medical assistant tasks, and that breeds, so yeah, we do. But that's a big part of it.
Do you see continued demand across the state?
We do,
Yes.
we do.
Yeah.
And very excited to get in here in Florida, which is my home state. So
Where else are you operational?
Texas, Colorado, Georgia, Illinois, Indiana, several other states, yeah.
Well, then it's about time you were here then.
Yes, yes.
No doubt. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Any public comment? Then can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13239?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, sir. Go get them.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Number 12 is Premier Phlebotomy Academy, Groveland, number 13188. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Sweli Senkis, and I am the president and CEO for Premier Phlebotomy Academy. Thank you so much for having me this morning.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
It's always an easier conversation in person, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the staff recommendations that appear to have 2 contingencies?
Yes, sir, I am. I actually wanted to see if I could have you guys go to my catalog on page 33. For the course numbering system, I wanted to see if what I have is sufficient. I do have a course numbering system, so just wanted to double check on that contingency, please.
Did you say 33?
Yes, sir.
Give me a moment here. We'll,
Yes, sir, no problem.
and I won't be the one to have the expertise to address that, but I bet
Okay, yes, sir.
we can engage Commissioner Batista on this a little bit.
So actually on page 33, I have the course numbering description, and then if you continue on to page 36, I've gone further to do a course outline with the number and a little bit of an introduction to what the students will be doing and learning in that specific number.
All right.
So your program specialist can work with you a little bit
Okay.
more on this. You're close, but not quite there. So when you're using these course numbers, you have to provide more of a course description to kind of explain the sequence of these course numbers to the order of them, an actual description of these courses. So you have the basics there, but it needs a little bit more description related to how these are going to work together, their order, their sequence, and the description of the actual programs themselves.
Okay, yes,
So
ma'am.
your program specialist can work with you on this one to provide you some guidance
Thank you.
on how to make this compliant.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For the other contingencies, we are ready to resubmit to the commission.
For your financial statements?
Yes, sir.
Outstanding. Are you the person to help us understand why sometimes when I give blood, it hurts really bad and sometimes it doesn't?
Yes, it's because they have not gone through my training center.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, great answer.
Thank you. I'm a high school phlebotomy teacher currently in Osceola County, so it has been said that my students are really gentle, so I'll continue that on with my school.
Well, let's just say that I felt like no good deed goes unpunished sometimes.
That is true.
Right, when I get someone that kind of hacks away at my arm, right?
Yeah, they won't come from Premier, don't
Okay.
worry.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Why did I have 3104 on the budget there? Yeah.
And so based on your explanations for, you provided on page 11 of our summary sheets an explanation that you secured an additional $20,000, which is why we asked for that contingency number 2 submission of an updated financial statement.
Yes.
I would like to add a contingency at the table to go along with that updated financial statement. A third contingency that they submit an updated budget form 606 to reflect realistic expenses. Since you're modifying that piece of it, this should go hand in hand with that.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? No. Is there any public comment? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised by the director? Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, young lady.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate your time.
Right. Moving right on to number 13, which is Road Pro CDL Training, Lake Wales, number 13323. If you're here from that organization, please step forward and introduce yourself. You guys are rolling deep in here today. There's a lot of you. I like it.
Good morning, I'm Dr. Jose Otero, Otero's Consulting Group.
Good morning, I'm Marianne Donsu, and I am the Service Student Coordinator at the Road Pro CDL Training.
Good morning, Anna Kostenka, Campus Director.
Good morning. My name is Felicia Sharp, instructor.
I didn't expect you to say instructor, Felicia. That's pretty awesome.
Good morning, Dr. Hajar, VP, Otero Consulting Group.
Felicia, how long have you been driving?
Sorry. Going on about 4 years.
So about 13% of nation's truck drivers are female. And there's 100 million women in the American workforce who's been ignored by this industry for a century. And females cause fewer preventable accidents. They job hop less often, and they're cheaper to insure. So despite the common stereotype about female drivers, you actually defy that. I'm really proud to see you here as an instructor.
That's awesome. Thank you.
I know you guys probably heard this robust conversation we've been having, and we don't have to repeat it again. There's likely a revised bulleted list coming from the director on consistency. I'm sure you guys can appreciate the need for us all to be FMCSA compliant and consistent with one another so that one person's not receiving a different type of training than they are somewhere else. So I'll let you.
I would like to say I have this memorized by now, but not quite. I'm almost there. So we would like to recommend a change to the current summary sheet in front of you. Grant the provisional license, which shall remain active and valid for up to 1 year after the date of issuance upon the following contingency being met in order to better comply with the requirements of Rule 60-2.004 Florida Administrative Code. Number 1, revise your program titles to clearly reflect their purpose and scope, specifically indicating whether they are entry-level driver training programs or whether they are CDL endorsement programs. Number 2, submit curricula for all ELDT programs to the Commission, demonstrating compliance with the curricular requirements of 49 CFR 380. And number 3, demonstrate consistency between the descriptions of ELDT programs, including their mode of delivery, in the course catalog and the institution's listing on the FMCSA Training Provider Registry. Delegate authority to the executive director to issue the provisional license when the contingencies are timely fulfilled. Order that the contingencies must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the commission office within 30 days of the clerk's order. Grant approval of the hybrid synchronous delivery for the theory courses only within the Class A Automatic CDL Training Diploma, Class A Manual CDL Training Diploma, and Class B Training Diploma programs upon issuance of the provisional license. And you have one last one. Order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees, or an extension thereof no later than 120 days prior to the scheduled renewal date.
I know that sounds like a lot. I did want to make one point. Did I hear you say you were student services?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you putting people in the TPR?
No, I am not.
Okay.
It's the director is the one that's doing it.
Via the online program, you mean?
Yes, the TPR.
That's what we
correct.
wanted to hear, right? We only gained full clarity on that yesterday from FMCSA. And for everyone who was using an online program and them putting them in the TPR themselves, FMCSA, that said that had to stop. So if your program is the online provider's doing it, then you're already where you needed to be. Good for you. How many students do you guys have at a given point in time?
Well, it's about 7 to 8 students a week.
Okay.
So
And are you
maybe-
always weekly classes?
Yes.
Yes.
At the moment.
Yes.
Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments?
No.
Well, thank you for being here, ladies. Can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised by the executive director?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 14 is Sun State CDL School LaBelle, number 13195. If you are here from that institution, please step forward, introduce yourself, and let's have the same conversation one more time.
Dr. Otero.
Actually, probably 2 more times. I think someone else is coming behind you. Hello,
Good
sir.
morning. I'm Steve Johnson with Sun State CDL in LaBelle. And I did not bring any hats for you, but I will get some to you.
Thanks for being here, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate you. It's easier conversations to have in person. I know you're working with the Otero Group. I know you've heard the contingencies that the director's likely about to read for us. I wanted to ask you first, since you've heard this several times, do you have questions? Is it clear to you what we're trying to accomplish?
It is clear.
Okay. Are there any concerns or anything that you feel like is inconsistent with how you operate?
We're consistent, yes.
Outstanding. Let me pull that. You don't do anything online, right?
We have done some ELDT theory online with an online company. They do submit the person into the TPR. But once we get this approval, we're going to go full 40 hours in our own classroom.
Good for you.
We prefer that.
I do as well. Yes, sir. All right, then, Director, would you mind Groundhog Day one more time?
So yours will sound a little different because you do already have a contingency in place. So it will say, grant the provisional license, which shall remain active and valid for up to 1 year after the date of issuance upon the following contingency being met. Number 1, submission of the documentation confirming completion of an admissions training program for all staff who recruit prospective students or who participate in the admission of prospective students in the compliance with Rule 6E-2.003213 Florida Administrative Code in order to better comply with the requirements of Rule 6E-2.004 Florida Administrative Code. The second contingency will be to revise your program titles to clearly reflect their purpose and scope, specifically indicating whether they are entry-level driver training programs or whether they are CDL endorsement programs. 3, submit curricula for all ELDT programs to the Commission demonstrating compliance with the curricular requirements of 49 CFR 380. Delegate authority to the Executive Director to issue the provisional license when the contingency is timely fulfilled. Order that the contingency must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the Commission office within 30 days of the clerk's order. Order that the institution make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees, or an extension thereof no later than 120 days prior to the scheduled renewal date.
Mr. Johnson, everything's okay with that? Comfortable with it?
Yes, sir.
Before we ask for a motion, I'd like to note that I'm really jealous of your address.
Thank you.
His address is 250 East Cowboy Way. That's a really cool address.
Welcome to LaBelle.
I like it. I think I do see guys on the radio, on TV, a lot of them coming
You'll
out
see
of LaBelle.
cowboys riding their horses down Cowboy Way.
All right. Well, that's maybe why it's called the Cowboy Way, right? I like it. Awesome. Can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised by the executive director?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Number 15 is Tansy's Hair and Beauty Academy, APOPCA number 13152. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Hello, yes, my name is Latrez Romaine, owner of Tansy's Hair and Beauty Academy. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here.
Good morning. My name is Angel Medina, and I'm the school advisor for licensing.
We appreciate you both being here. Have you had an opportunity to familiarize yourself with the staff recommendations that appears to include at least one contingency?
That is correct.
Around a pro forma balance sheet?
Yes.
Thank you for that. Do you feel prepared in every other way?
Everything is perfect.
Yes, I'm excited.
All right. I'm going to quote you on that. Everything is perfect.
Thank you.
I like it. All right. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments? I don't want to belabor the point, but I'd like to understand what a restricted barber is.
A restricted barber, the DBPR about 2 years ago, they changed the amount of hours, and the barbers in the state of Florida only cut hair, shave, and do facials. There's no longer technical coloring and waving and relaxing in the restricted barber program.
So restricted just does those three things, and that's it?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any additional questions or comments? Any public comment? Hearing none, can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13152?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
I want to thank all the commissioners and Ms. Barbara Davidson for her tremendous job with our school.
Noted. Thank
Have
you,
a blessed
sir.
day.
Really appreciate that. All right. Number 16 is Truckmaster CDL training in APOPCA number 13322. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Ashanti Simpson. I am the Admissions and Student Service Coordinator for Truckmaster CDL Training.
Thank you for being here today, sir.
Thank you for having me.
I know you heard these robust conversations the past hour or so, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And most of those same contingencies will apply to your operation as well, right? Did
Yes,
it make
sir.
sense to you? You understood what we were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Particularly, you're doing theory online,
Yes, sir.
and you understood the revelation we had that you're not allowed to put them into the TPR. It should be the online service provider?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was news to me too yesterday, by the way. We don't do an online program, but still, glad to have full clarity there. You're not doing any endorsements. It's just these three, Class A, manual automatic, and Class B.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. No hazmat, no passenger, none of that.
No, sir.
All right. Then I know you're very excited to one last time read these bullets.
Commissioners, we would like to modify the recommendations in front of you, or the staff recommendations in front of you. It should state, grant the provisional license, which shall remain active and valid for up to 1 year after the date of issuance upon the following contingencies being met, in order to better comply with the requirements of Rule 60-2.0044 Florida Administrative Code. Number 1, revise program titles to clearly reflect their purpose and scope, specifically indicating whether they are entry-level driver training programs or whether they are CDL endorsement programs. Number 2, submit curricula for all ELDT programs to the Commission, demonstrating compliance with the curricular requirements of 49 CFR 380. Number 3, demonstrate consistency between the descriptions of the ELDT programs, including their mode of delivery, and the course catalog and the institution's listing on the FMCSA Training Provider Registry. And number 4, provide proof of approved registration with the FMCSA Training Provider Registry. Delegate authority to the Executive Director to issue the provisional license when the contingencies are timely fulfilled. Order that the contingencies must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the Commission office within 30 days of the clerk's order. Order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees, or an extension thereof no later than 120 days prior to the scheduled renewal date. Grant approval of the hybrid asynchronous delivery for the theory courses only within the Class A automatic CDL training diploma, Class A manual CDL training diploma, and Class B CDL training diploma programs upon issuance of the provisional license.
All of that makes sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you part of the group who are operating while navigating the process of being licensed? Did you
Yes, sir.
currently have operations?
Yes, sir.
The reason I'm asking is we couldn't find you in the TPR. So I didn't know how you were certifying students into the TPR for testing because we couldn't find Truckmaster CDL training in the TPR. Do you happen to know if it's under a different name?
It should be under Truckmaster CDL training.
Okay. I'm sure that'll be part of the validation because, did it show up? I don't trust federal websites. Yeah, so yesterday we looked at this at length and couldn't find that. So, all right, good to know. All right then, can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised by the Executive Director?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the staff members we've been working with. They have been amazing. Ms. Davis, Mr. Soray, Dr. Brooks, Ms. Shelby, Ms. Hood, and of course, Jason Bowman. I do appreciate all the hard work they've been giving us. It has been amazing. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think we've all gotten a healthy dose of federal regulations and probably learned a whole new range of acronyms that everyone didn't know prior, right? Welcome to my world. Number 17, West Palm Beach Nursing Academy, West Palm Beach, number 13143. If you're here from that institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Pauline St. Tilmon. I am the Executive Director for West Palm Beach Nursing Academy.
Thank you for being here. How are you today?
I am wonderful. Thank you.
Are you familiar with the staff recommendations that include at least 2 contingencies at this time?
Yes, I am. And I would like to add, for the first one, it has been submitted on April 29, and I checked, it was received, but unfortunately, it wasn't cashed yet, so that's why. And for the second one, I resubmitted, but one thing that was reflected a negative number, which wasn't much, somehow, according to the CPA, it is the startup cost that makes it a negative, but we can always revise, and as we being not functional yet, so it wasn't no entry to kind of compensate and showing the difference. But some of those fees are one time, and like for fees for counselor, for other things that's showing up in the budget and make it negative. But startup costs, that's what makes it.
And just to clarify, for your second contingency is not your financials that you need to resubmit, it's your Form 606, which is the CIE Form 606, which has your budgets on there where you put how much you plan to pay your staff, your expenses for the first 12 months, it's that form. And so we need it to reflect realistic expenses.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll do that as soon as possible.
Commissioners, any questions or comments? Any public comment? Then can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13143?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to suggest that we take just a couple of minute break here before we move on to the remainder of the sections. Are you okay with that, Counselor? Director? All right. If you guys will give us about 10 minutes, we'll come right back. Thank you. All right, thank you for your patience. Glad to be back. The next item on the agenda is C, return to annual license. There are 2 items in this section. Do I have a motion to take this section by consent?
Summon.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Commissioner Batista, would you like to pull either of these 2?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Caballero?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Marty? Director?
None.
Then, hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Section C, items 1 and 2?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Section D, application for annual licensure. There are 7 items in this section. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Commissioner Marty, would you like to pull any of these 7? Commissioner Caballero?
I believe we have 2. Six and 7, correct?
6 and 7. Commissioner Batista?
No additional.
Director?
No additional.
All right. Then, can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Section D, items 1 through 5?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Let's move to number 6. The Skin Power Academy, Orlando, number 12771. If you're here from that institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. Stephanie Bojola, co-owner.
Good morning, Ana Montero, co-owner.
Good morning, Andre Dubuc. I'm here to help translate.
Thank you for being here.
Of course.
Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Caballero, or Director, you have something for number 6?
So Commissioners, in front of you, you have a recommended order to deny their application for annual license and to extend their provisional license through January 31st, 2026, with 4 contingencies to be met.
If you wouldn't mind translating that, we'd like to make sure that both young ladies understand the staff recommendation and the 4 contingencies that we're assessing.
Que sí entiende exactamente eso lo que es una recomendación. Yes, she does. They do.
Okay, great. Any questions or comments about those contingencies?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta o comentario? She's saying that everything out of the recommendations has been submitted. She would like to know if there's anything that they need to resubmit or fix.
So you'll get a clerked order that has these same recommendations on it, the contingencies. After you receive your clerked order, that will prompt the team to process these documents. So if you will resubmit them once you received your clerked order, that will make it easier for the staff to ensure that we have all of the documents together. And so we're not having to piecemeal or miss anything that you may have submitted previously. So feel free to reach out to your program specialist if you have any questions, but please resubmit those once you receive your clerked order.
Okay.
Everybody understand? All right. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments?
No.
Any public comment? Then hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12771?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here, ladies
Thank you.
and gentlemen.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Number 7 is Wind Academy by Siemens Gamesa. Did I say that right? Orlando, number 7720. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Hello.
Good morning. I'm Kyle DeWitt. I'm the director at Wind Academy.
Good morning, Jennifer Moore, Administrator for Wind Academy by Siemens Gamesa.
I'll stand over here. And Mark Murray, Legal Counsel to Wind Academy.
Thank you all for being here. Are you guys familiar with the staff recommendation that includes at least 3 contingencies?
Yes, we are.
It looks like we are still outstanding a on-site visit of Form 604 and some that CPA prepared financial statements met regulatory requirements. Okay.
Yes.
I do have a note in here regarding the Florida P&L being in euros, and there was probably some, and Commissioner Cavier, I'm going to ask you to weigh in on this, some variance between general accounting practices within America and outside of America, because I am completely unfamiliar.
Correct, yeah. Yes, and I think another CPA kind of provided some guidance. I don't know if it's on the summary sheet of the financial statements, kind of reconciling the differences. I mean, part of a humongous group, it's not a working capital issue or anything like that. It's just, I guess, digesting the part from Florida that's a little bit difficult because it's from a huge foreign group, I guess. I don't know how we could better isolate the operations in Florida and,
Right. Can you help us understand a little more about your corporate structure and how this Florida operation relates to the broader?
Yeah, so we work for a division of Siemens Energy.
Right.
And we work in the wind division.
Okay.
And then within the wind division, we have a North America region, which our training center supports all of the training of the technicians in North America.
Okay. So all in North America for the division within Florida?
For the wind division in North America.
Okay, but
Yes.
not Florida's necessarily, so.
Not Florida necessarily, no, we get technicians from around the country.
And do you have other training operations across the nation, I'm assuming?
No, this is our central training location for
Oh,
the United States.
okay, so it is kind of the North American.
It is our North American
All
training
right.
center, correct.
Well, that's sexy. I like it. Yeah, I think that this often happens when you're part of a much larger global conglomerate, to be able to isolate operations within Florida and then appreciate the tolerance that that parent has for profitability or lack thereof within the state itself and how it fits within their broader vision. I'm sure that you've heard us have discussions with folks who have that large parent company, and while their Florida operation may show negative working capital and negative profitability, there's an appetite for that at the parent level. So we just have to validate that, because at some point you can imagine if there is a lack of profitability, some people say, okay, we gave something a shot, it's not worth it anymore, et cetera, and we're just looking after the interests of the students that you're serving. Can you tell me, are the students you're serving coming from the general public, or are they coming from within your global conglomerate?
So, yes. The training center itself, right, and it was, founded to train our internal technicians and our subcontractors, right? But part of what we're trying to operate now with our license is being able to reach out to consumers individually.
Okay.
So that they can come take a training program similar to what the industry provides to their employees, so that they can go get that job in the industry to break in. That's the vision.
Does anybody else do what you do? Because it seems very niche.
No one at our level, I would say. Around, no one in Florida, to my knowledge.
Sure.
Around the country, there are other schools that do wind technician training programs, but nothing that's branded by one of the major OEMs, which we're one of the major OEMs in the market, one of the 3 big ones. So we'll definitely be unique in that manner.
Do we generate a lot of wind energy out of Florida?
None.
That's what I thought. That's why I was curious about the national
Yep.
training being here.
Siemens Energy's North America headquarters is in Orlando, right by UCF.
Ah,
But also know about 50% of our students are from Florida.
okay. But we don't actually generate.
Right. There's
Right.
not enough wind.
Right.
Right.
Where is there enough wind?
The Midwest, the Northwest, some of the Northeast.
Open
Latin
plains,
Texas,
unobstructed, et cetera.
Yeah, Texas, Oklahoma, Iowa.
Do you have pop-up wind capture devices you can use during hurricanes? That might be profitable.
That's a good idea. We'll look into that, yeah.
I mean, let's make a silver lining out of
Yeah,
that, right?
yeah.
You guys would have made a ton of money last year, right? All right. Director, do you have additional concerns around the Euro consistency there?
I do not.
No? Okay. So let's just commit to work together here so that as you guys continue and actually are open to the public, not just training your internal candidates, that we can better understand the consistency and profitability of your Florida operation.
Sure.
And certainly it's within the context of your national conglomerate, but that gives us the ability to sort of isolate and protect Florida students, which is what we're here for, right?
course.
That's the goal of it. Okay. We'll work together on that, and hopefully as we're submitting more documents, we'll begin to understand the full scope and scale of what you do in and out of Florida. All right. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments?
None.
Any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 7720?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got all of it.
Section E is application for extension of annual licenses. There is one in this section, Affinity Hair Academy Orlando, number 5159. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hello.
Hi, good morning. I'm Dr. Eileen. I'm the program director. Sorry, I had a treatment.
No, that's fine. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with the staff recommendations that include one contingency?
No, I'm not.
You're not?
Which
Okay.
one was it?
I'm assuming that would have been provided to you previously, but let's make sure you understand it. The contingency is around a placement improvement plan for the National Accrediting Commission of Career Arts and Sciences for the full specialty diploma program. Are you having placement challenges?
We had two graduates, and yes, one of them decided not to continue in the field. The other one just graduated, and she's working. So because NACAS always has a year back, so for 2024, she will meet the requirements this year.
So it made it look like you were at 50%
Right,
out of two people?
exactly.
Okay. Small numbers make percentages tough, right?
Correct.
I think that can be noted still within a placement improvement, and it maybe while your numbers are small, it gives you an opportunity to contemplate having a scalable placement program as you do increase your numbers over time.
Okay.
That'll benefit your percentages and your eventual students.
Okay.
Right? Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
None.
Director? All right. Then how about public comment? Anything? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve staff recommendations for 5159?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
There are 40 items in section F. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So moved. Yep.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. We do have a list of polls that include 4, 12, 15, 16, 23, 29, and 33. In addition to that, number 30 has waived their 90-day and will not be considered. Commissioner Batista, do you have any additional polls beyond the ones I just listed?
No additions.
Commissioner Caballero?
No, Mr.
Commissioner Marty? Director?
I'm going to say the numbers again just to make sure I
No,
have them
please
too.
do, yes.
Number 4, number 12, number 15, number 16, number 23, number 29, and number 33.
And number 30 will not be considered, but it is not being polled. So with that being said, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 3, 5 through 11, 13, 14, 17 through 22, 24 through 29, 28. You threw me off. Number 31, 32, 34 through 40.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. So we can begin with number 4, which is All County Career Institute, Lauderdale Lakes, number 2110. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. No one here from that institution? We have staff recommendations that include 8 different contingencies that include conducting an orderly closure. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
Just so we're clear, they're not contingencies, they are in fact deficiencies which are identified.
Thank you for that.
The recommendation is to deny the application for licensure and to order the institution to conduct an orderly closure.
Absolutely. So as a result of the closure, they're not contingencies, they're deficiencies that outlining why. Understood. Thank you for that. All right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 2110?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. We can move on to number 12. Number 12 is Dermis Institute, Miami, number 5104. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. As stated previously, the staff recommendations include a denial of the application for annual licensing, and I assume that these would be deficiencies and not, although there appears there may be both with this, right? So we're going to have some contingencies and some deficiencies.
So this one will be a both. So this one is deny the application for annual license and issue a provisional license through May 31st, 2026 upon the following contingencies being met. And there are 3 contingencies. If they do not satisfy those contingencies, then that will result in the loss of
So to
their
be clear, there's
license.
3 deficiencies supporting the denial and 3 contingencies required for the issuance of a provisional. All right. I think that's the first time that's happened since I've been here. Okay. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 5104?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, and we can move along to number 15, which is Florida Healthcare Academy, Orlando, number 5971. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Hello, good morning. My name is Pedro. I'm school director.
Hi, a pleasure to see you all. My name is Juanita. I am the secretary.
Good morning. My name is Angel Medina, and I'm the school advisor.
Thank you all for being here. Are you guys familiar with the staff recommendations that we're looking at that include, it looks to be 2 deficiencies?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right. Which is why it's a deficiency, not a contingency, right? Do you have any questions or comments about the staff recommendations?
Yes, we do. We would like to notify the commission that we have been working with the school shortly time, and we have submitted documentation to the commission. However, we are expecting the financial statements from the CPA. Did they give you an estimated date?
So yes, the issue with the financials was that we previously in the past we did compilations, and to be completely honest and transparent, I did the compilation for the institution. Did not know that after the threshold of 100,000, I had to do a review. So it's the first time they're actually doing a review for us. It's taking a bit longer for them than expected it. They do have it apparently for Friday next week done. It's a really well firm, so it has taken them a little bit longer. They stated that since it's the first time, it's going to take a little bit longer than usual. After that, it should be on time. I apologize for that.
Right. Commissioner Caballero, does that meet your needs for financial purposes?
I mean, it does take longer the first time.
Okay.
I'm not going to
Yeah.
pull any punches.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it will be nice to see the notes and everything included in the full review, since it sounds like they're being very deliberate about the creation of that, right? Okay. Any additional questions or comments? Director, do you have anything?
So if I'm per notes, the last time that we received an audit was 2021, and then we have a compilation from 12/31/2023. Is that correct to your recollection? And so the staff recommendation in front of you is due to having not received the review or audits that was requested of the institution prior. This is an April 2024 application. Previously, this institution had not renewed since 2020, if that is correct.
Renew the
Yes,
license?
financial 2023, that's what she stated.
Okay. I would like to make clear here to the commission and to CIE staff that in 2023, there was a financial statement submitted to CIE, and I remember personally submitting it for them.
Okay, I'm catching up here, so I want to make sure I'm understanding that.
Thank you.
There had not been a renewal, even outside the financial statement submission.
So per our records, we have an annual renewal in 2021 and an annual renewal in 2024. So you did not renew in 22 or 23.
The thing is that we never got the final approval or renewal for the 2021 one. We think everything that was happening with the pandemic, there were a lot of things that were going back and forth, and we never got the final approval for that one. So we weren't sure where we stood with that.
And so to be clear, regardless if you receive an approval for those, it is the rules of the commission that you must send an annual renewal each year. So you should be submitting an annual renewal every year. And the reason for that is because you become updated each year too. So when you're looking at your 22 or 23, then you're sending financials for the year before. So that way we can keep up, ensure that you're protecting your students, that you have the financial capacity to continue operations. And we're also checking your faculty list. There are a multitude of things that we are looking for to determine that you're in compliance with standards in order to be able to serve students appropriately. So when we're missing that number of annual renewals, we are increasingly concerned about your ability to serve students.
Definitely, that's the reason
Were you guys operational during that period when you weren't submitting renewals?
Yes.
Okay.
And
You
just
see
to
how
make
that's at odds, right, with being a licensee if you're operational and you're serving students and you're not submitting renewals for your license?
Definitely. So that's the reason why we got Mr. Angel to go ahead and help us out. For example, we did submit the renewal for this year already, which should be for
The September meeting, yeah.
and that has been submitted already as well. So we are committed on organizing everything.
We did have an on-site visit from Mr. Sancharo with several deficiencies or findings.
How many students do you guys have right now?
Currently in class, I have a total of, I have them divided by program and by math. 50, 60, about 97.
Is that consistent with your enrollment averages over the past few years?
It's actually higher.
Now it's higher.
What was it traditionally?
Of between 100 and 150 per year total, a little bit over maybe. We did great marketing efforts within the last year to ensure that our capacity of growth and being able to properly service our students.
I just want to stress to you that what you're saying is you're serving traditionally 100 students within a program that you didn't resubmit a renewal for your license for 2 years, right? So you were taking in tuition, you were collecting dollars, you were serving students, but you weren't submitting the renewal for the license to do so.
They are saying that they submitted the applications. And the payments. If the commission would allow me to go back 2 years with the school, check everything, and I would request another date here in front of the commission, make sure everything is clear, everything is in compliance with the standards of CIE. I personally would attest that I would commit to do this for them.
So they submitted renewals in 21 and 24, right?
So
We also did submit the 2022 ones, but I don't believe they were ever processed.
I don't think this commission has any record of those submissions for 22 and 23. It's not going to change the staff recommendations for the day. I'm just trying to stress that I'm not judging you. I'm not saying that you're not well-intended or that you're not providing quality training. I'm just saying that it creates bad optics if you're serving up to 100 students at a time and taking money for them, but not submitting a renewal for the license to do that, right? You understand my concern for the way that looks. And outside that, it's an obligation as your licensee, outside the optics itself. So you know that the staff recommendation that we're looking at includes a cease and desist of advertising, soliciting, recruiting students, collecting fees and tuition, right?
That's what the summary said, yes, sir.
And this staff recommendation includes an order the institutions to conduct an orderly closure. Do the staff recommendations remain? Please.
So for both the institution and for you commissioners to understand what happens, if the commission votes to accept the staff recommendation, a notice of intent will issue. The institution will have a final opportunity to come into compliance after that notice of intent issues. They will have 21 days to file a petition for administrative review. If they don't dispute the material facts, they can request an informal hearing before this commission, and then they will have until a reasonable period before the date of that informal hearing to get up to speed and to comply with licensure standards and satisfy these deficiencies, be held accountable, and make that case before the commission again. So a notice of intent, a vote to accept staff recommendation does in fact give them one final opportunity
So
to
it
come
gives you
into
the
compliance.
opportunity to do what you said you were just committed to doing?
I'm
right?
seriously committed to do this, and I will comply with this commission.
Right. So if we vote to accept the staff recommendation, that notice of intent will be issued. You'll indeed have that, but it will include the order of the institution to conduct orderly closure as you navigate that process to, vie for the opportunity to remain open. So we're not altering the staff recommendations. The staff recommendations include that opportunity for you, which would be your last, right?
Okay, to get it clear, they're not allowed to advertise or to register students at this point? Or do we have the right to waive 45 days or something on this decision so we can prepare and submit everything to the commission?
Okay, so what will happen is if the commission votes consistent with staff recommendation, a notice of intent will issue. The notice of intent will contain an order to cease advertising, cease enrollment, etc. However, if you timely file a petition for formal or informal hearing, and there will be a notice of rights attached to that clerked order, if, this is a big if you timely file a petition, that will stay the order to cease enrollment, etc. And then that notice of intent will not become finalized into a final order until after your formal or informal hearing, whichever one you elect.
Okay. What I understand is that we, as a school, have the opportunity to respond to the court order in order to comply with the commission. Is that correct?
That's correct. So once it's going to be a clerked order. It won't be a court order, and hopefully never. But
No,
it's a whole other-
clerk-
so yeah, so
a clerk order.
Yes,
I apologize.
clerked order. Yes. So this agency will issue an order. You will have 21 days to respond to it. If you don't respond to it with a petition of one kind or another within 21 days, that order will go into effect. Okay, and will be taken up, be converted into a final order at the next commission meeting. So you have 21 days to respond to it and to request either a formal hearing before an administrative law judge if you dispute any material facts. If you don't dispute any material facts, but you want a final opportunity to come into compliance and to throw yourself back on this commission's mercy, you can file a petition for an informal hearing. And either one of those will stay the operation of the order to cease enrollment and to conduct orderly closure, pending the outcome of that final hearing, whether it's formal or informal. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me, and I'll be happy to assist.
That informal hearing is similar or almost exactly like the ones we began these proceedings with this morning, right?
That's correct.
So if you were here this morning, you saw two of those transpire.
I have seen them before, yes.
Okay.
And just for the record, to be clear, to kind of expound on what we're talking about, when we're talking about the lack of response that we're receiving with the submittal of the annual renewals, we submitted a deficiency letter based on your most recent 2024 annual renewal in May 3rd of 2024, and we only received a partial response. So these are still outstanding from them. These two deficiencies are outstanding from your 2024 application. So due to that, the staff recommendation stands.
How many staff members do you guys have right now?
8 instructors and 3 administrative staff.
Including myself.
Okay.
No, 6 instructors, I'm so sorry.
6.
Yeah, 6, I'm sorry.
Okay. Director, the second deficiency in here was a faculty listing form, but the first one was a controlling principal, and I want to make sure that what they submit within this 21-day period also gives us updated financials on the institution itself, not just the controlling principal. Does that cover it, or does it need to be stated? Because what I'm looking at is from 2 years ago, and the finances and the working capital don't come anywhere close to paying 6 or 8 people, right? So we need to see that you guys have the liquidity and solvency to continue operations and serve what you purported to be 100 students. So you should have money in the bank, right?
Yes, sir.
Eric, does it cover that or no? I just thought it said controlling principal only.
So it did, and I just confirmed. So because the institution in their 2024 application reported that they had less than 100,000 of tuition, you were right below it, I believe around 98,000. The rules require that they can submit a compilation for their financials for the actual institution, but then on top of that, you must submit your financials for your controlling principles. So it can also be a compilation review or audit. So they submitted those 2023 compilation for the institution, but we did not receive controlling principles.
Understood. Okay. I guess if I want to summarize this is you got to make this a priority in 21 days.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, all of this comes into effect and
Completely
and there's no more discussing the ifs of it, right?
21 days from the clerk order.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes.
Can we have just a clarification? And sometimes when you have multiple years of not submitting applications, they pile up and it's unclear what year's application is at issue here.
2024.
2024 application.
2024 application.
Because we only received 21 and 24.
Correct. So these are the 2024 deficiencies.
And we received this application, did we receive it this year, just this year?
It was submitted in April of 2024. And they received a deficiency letter in May of 2024. And we received a partial response to that deficiency letter in July of 2024. And these are still the outstanding items.
And when was their 2025 application due?
So they are a September renewal, so it is due right around now.
We've already submitted that.
For 25.
Yeah.
And how did you submit it?
We need to verify that one. We need to verify the 25 because what I recall was 24. We did do all of the gathering of the documents for the application, but I have to go to my office and I don't like to say things that I'm not sure. I'm going to verify, but I know that the 2025, we're working on it and it should be complete pending on the financial statements for Mr. Pedro and for the company.
And I will say on our side, it does not appear that we've received the 2025. It has not been logged into our system.
I will verify to make sure that that application has been completed, and I'll submit it ASAP.
So you realize otherwise we're having the same conversation all over again.
Yeah, I'm
right?
not sure about 2025. I don't want to, Mr. Pedro asked me, but I am not positively sure that we did submit 2025. I got to verify and make sure that we did submit 2025. I know I was working on it.
Yeah, it's been one of, I think, my goals since being on the commission, and possibly it could be shared by staff, that failure to submit these renewals, that we have the opportunity to address them in more timely fashion, and and have the authority delegated to the director so that we don't have years pile up like this. Regardless, I think we're all on the same page for what needs to be done. But I'm going to plead with you to treat this like a priority, not just for the 21 day after the clerk order, but for 2025, 6, 7, 8.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right.
Again, they called me and I jumped into here, so I'm working to get everything together to comply with the commission with all the standards, and I will contact them and give them an up-to-date on 2025 as soon as I get to my office.
Right. I mean, if you'd come in and said, we haven't been operational, we didn't have students, this is why, but you have 100 students. Yeah. Well, there's really no excuse for not having submitted these. So I think we're going to have this staff recommendation stand as is. And you guys understand what the onus is on you to navigate the post-clerk order process, right? So can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 5971?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is adopted. Thank you for coming and talking this out. It would have been impossible if you weren't here. So really, thank you.
Thank you all for your service. Appreciate that.
We can move on to number 16. Wow, that one takes up the whole page. Wow. Florida Institute of Dental Assisting LLC, Jacksonville. I don't have a license number on that one for some reason. But 6501. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Hello.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ashley Sanders. I'm the Director of Financial Affairs.
Hi, good morning. My name is Debbie Sanders, and I am the Executive Administrator as well as the instructor, primary instructor.
Thank you for being here, ladies. Are you familiar with the staff recommendations that we have before us, or have you familiarized yourself with those that, if I was to summarize, include a denial of the move to annual because of 7 different deficiency and an issuance of the ongoing provisional because of what looks to be 8 contingencies that are included there?
Yes, so with some of the contingencies.
Could you move forward to the microphone? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sure. So with some of the contingencies, we did submit updated versions of the documents that are listed as contingencies in response to the retention and placement plan. We were asked to provide a narrative as to why we didn't have any graduates during the time period, which I believe was from June 2023 to July of 2024. So that was submitted back in February. A few of the other contingencies as well, those documents were also submitted at that time.
So everything here trails by several months because, like you heard before, the cutoff date for late this year is actually right now for folks that are applying for different cycles of this. So you may have submitted some of these things in the interim between that cutoff date and today, but we just are still looking at wherever that cutoff date was and those contingencies were on that particular day.
Sure.
Right? If you submitted them a day after, they still don't show up in our books. Regardless, though, this does maintain your provisional license, which means you're operational with the 8 contingencies that you may have submitted some of, right, in that process. It's a variety of forms and fire inspections and audits and annual renewal fees and student protections funds and faculty listings. So can you help me understand why there's such a long list?
Sure. So in response to the annual licensure fees and the student protection fund fees, we did submit those May 23rd. I was actually talking with Brandon last week about those things, so I did send him a copy of the checks. So we did get notification this morning that those fees had been withdrawn from our account.
That's last Friday, right?
Yes.
What I'm trying to understand is why it took until last Friday to get all of these things in, because I'm sure they've been working with you for months on this.
Yeah, so we were actually pursuing another location in a different state, which is about the time when all of these things were becoming due, along with financials. So during that time, we were actually only accepting tuition from 1 class. So every 6 months, we have 3 ongoing classes at one time, which helps to offset our overhead expenses. With us being limited to only 1 class, we were experiencing a financial hardship at that time and couldn't justify the expense of a $10,000 to $12,000 financial review, as well as submitting the licensure fees at that time.
So the tuition was exceeded 100,000, right? So that requires the review in the process, which is why those numbers are there. It means that you are taking in sufficient levels of tuition to merit a review in the process.
Correct.
I would caution you with another location. 2 locations is 4 times the work. It's not 2 times the work. Yeah. And I can say from experience, 10 locations is 50 times the work, right?
I believe it.
It's called Parkinson's Law, right? Work expands to fill the time allotted. So it gives me concern over your ability to be in multiple states, operating in multiple times, without the ability to really execute the renewals timely within the existing operations that you have. And I'm not telling you not to grow your business. I'm just worried about your stability and your ability to administratively cover all of that. Can you help me, make me feel better about that?
Yeah, no worries. That was our conclusion as well.
Okay, good.
Absolutely and completely, but we had to find it out for ourselves to see exactly what we were up against.
Okay.
So that was the conclusion.
So I think the timeline here, it's 30 days, right? So what are you doing in June? Because you got
I'm sorry,
you got
30.
eight contingencies here to meet within 30 days with the clerk to order. That's going to go out in a week or two, something like that, right? So you're going to end up with about 45 days from now to meet all of those provisional contingencies. So I
Okay.
don't know how, if you're planning for that, but that's what is required in the staff recommendation. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but let me ask the commission, if all these things have already been submitted to you, minus one, and then we have the
Then
40.
you don't have to worry,
Okay,
right?
then they're done.
Right.
Okay, then we don't worry.
But remember, our information is trailing, so I don't know that they have been
Okay,
submitted, and they didn't meet the deadline, but that's the whole point of the deadline being months
Correct.
before, is it's virtually impossible to do all
We
this stuff at the
understand.
last second,
Yeah,
right?
we understand. We actually talked to Brandon about that last week to make sure that the things were not submitted. We knew that you wouldn't be able to see them today.
Right.
But that we had been in compliance with that minus one thing. One
Right.
contingency.
Do you have anyone assisting you with meeting the licensing requirements here in Florida and in other states, or is it just the two of you?
It's just us.
Okay, and you're an instructor?
Yes.
And what other hats do you wear, madam?
A ton.
A ton.
A ton?
A ton.
You see my concern, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of
You
course.
got a lot of plates spinning right now, and that other location is scary to me with this. And I'm not telling you not to grow your business, but this was a page and a half of both deficiencies and contingencies, the longest one of the day. Commissioners, do you have questions or concerns or comments? All right. Given that you guys feel very confident about that, and you probably submitted some of these things already, and that you're going to remain on provisional, it's not going to interrupt your operations as they are today. It's just I would beseech you to get out ahead of this in the future so that we don't end up in this position and you remain on perpetual provisional, which means you can't grow in the state of Florida, which I'm sure you want to do at some point, right? We all do. Do I have a motion? Well, any additional comment? Any additional questions, Director? No? Any public comment? Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for, was it 6501? Yes. For number 6501.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is granted. Good luck, ladies.
Okay, thank you very much.
The next number is 23. We're doing okay all the time. I think we're good. LJ Dental Assisting School, Kissimmee, number 7744. Hello, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Never better. Thank you for being here. Are you familiar with the staff recommendations, including two deficiencies, rather?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you have any questions or comments about that?
Yes, when it come down to the financials are doing much better now. I had to figure out some ways for some students to be able to afford because most of them don't have no one to help them pay. So by me finding another company that can help me, what I want to say, for the students to pay monthly, it's working out a lot better and it's a lot affordable for them. The time that I did have one company that was, I hate that I did it because I was doing good by just collecting from the school. I had them to like give students loans and they paid the loan company back, but the loan company closed. So I ended up with none of the funds, you know, with the students. I received like a small percentage and that was pretty much it. And so that's basically what happened. And then by me trying to promote the school, you know, doing promotions to get the school to be recognized, because in the area that I am in, there's other schools too. So I'm trying to, this little small circle here, trying to make it broad. And so that's pretty much what happened when it came down to that one finance company, and they closed out of nowhere.
Sure.
I had nobody gave me no hint of anything that it was going to close. But everything else is going pretty good right now where the students are.
So you likely heard the conversation a moment ago about the process that allows you to respond to the clerked order and request that stay and the opportunity to rectify those deficiencies that brought about the orders and deficiencies that are in staff recommendations. You heard that conversation a moment ago, right? And that would apply in this scenario as well? Yes. Okay. So, do you want to make any revisions before we ask for a motion?
I don't want to make any revisions, but I do want to note for the record that we have not yet received your 2025 application, and it was due April the 1st.
I did send it. They even took the money out my account.
So the money goes to, just to be clear, because I know this happens in several different places. So the money does not come to the Commission for Independent Education. It goes to the Florida Department of Education, so they go to two different places. So they may do something separate, and then we reconcile with them at the commission level. How did you submit your application for 2025?
I mailed it.
You mailed it, like physically mailed it?
Yes.
Did you use a tracking number by any chance?
I think I sent it to Miss Barbara. I sent everything, when I sent it off, the check, everything, even the receipt of the payment. I mean, not the payment, of when I mailed it for like 2 days, you know, like you do the 2 day.
Right.
I always do 2 day.
Did they give you a tracking number for it?
Yeah, I think they did give me a tracking number for
Will
it.
you check your tracking number to see if it actually made it
Yes.
to our building?
I sure will.
Sometimes it does not. And you're also welcome to submit that electronically as well.
Okay, I didn't know that. I
And you
didn't
can
know
see
that.
it at CIE info, and that mailbox will accept it. Now, it does have limitations for how large that file can be when you send it.
Okay.
But follow up with your program specialist to ensure that they
That
get
it-
it,
that it went
because
through.
if we don't, if you're mailing it, which is perfectly fine, but we don't get it, we have no way of knowing that you tried to mail it, and then it's just missing.
Okay, that's kind of scary.
It's the
Because
US
I paid
mail.
for the 2 day for it to be there.
And maybe it is still.
And then
routes.
also too, I want to say about the students that's being hired. I have some students that certain areas that they are in, they might not be comfortable because somebody might be grouchy and they don't like the grouchiness or whatever. And I try to explain to them that's how it is at any job. I did, after I sent in and submitted everything, that 2 of my students ended up getting a job. So that 55% went up after I find out that they have a job, after I submitted it, put in my numbers.
So when you're providing those things in the future, I don't mind sharing with you. Like, I personally don't really trust the government, and the U.S. Postal Service is a governmental agency.
I know, it's scary, isn't it?
So I don't
Because
trust
I'm
the
like,
post
now she got
office.
my heart beating because I'm like, I did,
I
they took my
understand.
money.
I'm just saying to be cognizant of the complexity around an inefficient bureaucratic organization, and hoping that they deliver something that is as prescient and deadline associated as these licenses, right? And
Right.
those overnight tracked and digitally submitted opportunities are usually better than the traditional mailing service. It sounds like we have no changes, and you do have the opportunity, right, to rectify these things, and you'll have the 21-day after the clerked order comes out as well. So,
Okay.
Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments, or is there any public comment? Then can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 7744?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Please look out for that clerked order and be timely, ma'am, about
I
the
will.
response.
Would it come from Ms. Davis or?
How will she receive that clerked order?
You'll receive the clerked order both by email and by certified mail.
Okay, and I will just be looking to correct the 2 things that I have on my.
Well, it'll explain the process.
Okay.
With that clerked order of what the opportunity you have and what you need to do.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, I think the next one is 29. Did I get that right? That would be Sunshine Training Center, North Miami Beach, number 3216. If you are here from that organization, please step forward and introduce yourself. Were you notified whether someone would be here or not?
I was not.
Okay. That's too bad. We have 19 deficiencies that could have been discussed. But in lieu of that, Counselor, is there anything I need to do other than look for a motion for this?
That's totally up to you.
All right. I would have enjoyed that conversation, but it appears we are not going to have it. So, Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments before we ask for a motion?
No.
Then can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 3216?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries and moves us along to, we're not considering 30 because they've waived, so we would move along to number 33. Number 3. That would be the Florida School of Traditional, I'm going to say midwifery. I don't know if it's midwifery or midwifery.
That is actually correct.
Oh, sweet. Gainesville 1657. Hello.
Hello. My name is Jessica Baines. I'm the Executive Director of FSTM.
I'm Amanda Mann. I'm on the board.
Thank you both for being here. I know you've probably been here all day, and thank you for your patience coming in toward the end of the day like this.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with the staff recommendations that we're considering before us?
Yes, sir, I am.
It looks as if it would deny the annual license but maintain the provisional with 8 contingencies.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Those contingencies appear to be within 30 days. It's possible that you may have submitted some of them already. Remember what we look at, trails.
Yes, sir.
But if you have not, that might be a lot within 30 days. I want to make sure you're prepared for that. I don't know whether you've submitted them or not. Can you help me?
Yes, sir. Actually, I can. We have submitted some, and we went through and updated after we got the summary and did submit some more as well. The only thing that we do have a question on is the audit. If we could get an extension for that, that would not be feasible in 30 days.
It's, they could do a review, right?
Did you receive, so the last financials that I have for your institution are for 2021. So that's an extended period where we don't understand where you are financially, nor do we know your tuition revenue for the last year. Do you know your tuition revenue for 2024?
Yes, I mean, I can certainly pull up our profit and loss and our cash flow. I could certainly do that. I don't have it in my brain. I would say it's upward. It's definitely above the $100,000 threshold. We do have a 2022 audit that we have submitted, but I believe it's lost in that kind of paperwork delay, that lag. And we are currently contracted to complete our financial audits for 23 and 24. And those are in process. So we should have those, but I am not going to have faith that we can do that in 30 days from the clerk to order.
Have you guys been filing taxes for the past 3 years?
We have been filing taxes for
How did you do that without having financial statements?
We had a CPA review our profit and loss and our balance sheets to do those 990s.
Okay.
Yeah. And we can submit those to the commission. We'd be happy to do that.
Do you have a close relationship with your CPA?
We do. So we had a very close relationship up until 2021, and then we switched auditors, and that took a great delay. There was a great delay in our audit for 2022, as evidenced by the fact that you don't have it right now in front of you. So we have now contracted with a new auditing firm. So
yeah, I guess my point is that the process of filing your taxes, to some extent, yields financial statements that can be submitted, right? So if you filed your taxes, you have those things.
we do. We just don't have the gap,
The
audits.
review.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So you know it doesn't have to be a full audit,
Okay,
right? And that is more expensive than the review.
okay, we can
And
do
I'm
that,
correct
yeah.
there, right? Yeah, so the review is faster, and Commissioner Caballero can speak to whether that's possible within 30 days or not. And the reason I'm stressing that is, since 2021 is a long, long time.
Right.
Right? So it's not as if you've just had 30 days to do this. You've had 4 years, really.
Right, and 2022 is done, I do want to be clear. It is done, it has been submitted, but again, it's in the lag.
So you're accredited as well,
We are,
correct?
yes. So that is
Still-
why we are required to have a full audit.
Correct. Have you been submitting it to them? Or
No.
have they not had any kind of concerns with you not submitting the audits?
They have had concerns, and we have addressed those concerns in the same way that we're addressing them here today.
I don't want to dig terribly deep here, but can you tell me a little bit of your backgrounds and why you chose this business?
Well, so we're a nonprofit. We're a 501c3. So I chose this business for, because for personal reasons. I'm a midwife, so I care about midwifery education. Jessica might have chosen it for a different reason. We keep this and maintain this school because we need midwives in the state of Florida, people to deliver babies. It's really, really important. We've graduated more than 250 midwives. We have a placement rate of 100%, a NARM exam pass rate of more than 97%. We're functioning academically, programmatically at a high level. It's the financial audit part that we are lagging on.
Right. I'm going to give you my metaphor for this as an entrepreneur. So I own a training provider business that teaches people commercial driving. I don't have a Class A CDL. I've never driven a truck. But that's a different skill set, right? Driving the truck and operating a business to teach people how to drive the truck is two different things. And my running metaphor for this is there's always a really talented personal trainer who thinks he wants to own a gym. And it's two different skill sets. So I guessed that you were probably a very talented midwife, right? But perhaps not as astute at the accounting aspects associated with operating a school, because it's two different skill sets, right? So my suggestion to you is I would encourage you to collaborate with someone who can help you with these parts so that you can focus on quality midwifery and not on the administrative and financial aspects of compliance with both this body and the IRS and 501c3 regulations that you are inevitably beholden to. That's a lot. When your sink is leaking, call a plumber. Don't buy a wrench. And I feel like you guys might be trying to do all of those things yourselves, and that's why you're falling behind with us, is you're focused on quality midwifery, not on maintenance of school licensing.
I hear that.
Is that fair?
I hear that,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And it's not an indictment. It means you're probably damn good at what you do, right? It's just you're not damn good at the parts of it that license you to do it.
And the board has taken steps to make sure that our financial acumen focus at the board level is increased.
Sure.
Because we recognize the deficiency there.
So that's just my suggestion for you is find someone, whether it's a consultant, it's a new CPA, it's a collaborative associate who can say, let me take this aspect of it off your plate for you. You guys focus on providing quality midwifery, and you don't have to worry about being 3-4 years behind on this. I think it's an important part of entrepreneurship is knowing what you're not good at. And I'm terrible at a lot of things, and I quit trying because I hate feeling like doing something that I'm falling short. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or concerns? Do you have anything to change or modify?
The only thing I would ask is if you want to modify their time to comply to her. Right now it stands at 30 days.
Yeah. It was at 30 before, and she's asking for a modification of the review.
When do you think your financials will be complete?
They did not give me an estimate. I did let them know that we needed it sooner than later. I would want to refer to, I guess, the gentleman who is a CPA, like, how long do you think it would usually take?
And if we only need a review versus, we actually do need a full audit.
For your accrediting.
Yeah,
Correct.
right.
Yes.
But if it's just a review that we need, we might be able to do that much quicker. Our financials are up to date. They just have not been, audited by it.
Yeah, you could do it much quicker, and if it is a CPA, you have a relationship, whatever work he does in the review, he could use some of that substantive work that he does there for your audit for accreditation purposes.
Okay, great.
So it's not like it's, dollars lost with a review.
So that might be a little faster, but I would want to be cautious because we've been optimistic before, let me say. I'd like to be cautious.
So if you'll take my advice about what I said earlier, and don't make us regret giving you 90 days, does that sound better?
That sounds amazing.
Okay. Then we would update the staff recommendations to change the required materials being fulfilled within 90 days for the financials, 30 days for the remainder of the contingencies.
Right.
Okay. All right. Then do you have any additional questions or comments?
Do you have any questions?
Include the 604.
That'll be part of it, yeah, the 604 will be included in it.
I just wanted to verify that would include our submission of the completed Form 604 as part of the financials.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you for that clarity. Any public comment?
So, just so we clarify, 90 days to satisfy contingencies 2 and 3?
Yes,
is
sir.
it? Okay. And 30 days for the remainder.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations revised as just articulated?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Have a
Thank you
good
for
one.
being here. It looks like the next, that would conclude section F. Just a moment here. There it is. There are no items in Section G, application for license by means of accreditation. Section H, annual review of license by means of accreditation, have 13 items. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Commissioner Marty, are there any of these 13 you would like to pull? Commissioner Batista?
No one? None?
Commissioner Caballero?
No, Mr. Chair.
Director?
None.
All right. Before I ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations for all 13 items within Section H, are there any representatives of those institutions here who'd like to say something or ask a question? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations to accept staff recommendations for items, Section H, items 1 through 13?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Then we can move on to I, application for program approval modifications. There are 5, and I believe a write-in as number 6 here. That write-in going to be part of the consent request. So do I have a motion to accept, do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
And for the record, number 6 is the Art of Skin, number 12946.
Okay.
What number was that?
12946, the Art of Skin. Yes. So do I have a motion to accept all 6 of those items by consent?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. That would move us along to Oh, did I? I don't know. What did I just do?
You just agreed to,
Oh,
you just
yeah.
agreed to the
We agreed to
consensus.
take them by consent, but not to accept staff recommendations. Can someone get me a cup of coffee? All right, you're right. I'm sorry. Apologies for that. So moving too fast. Commissioner Marty, out of those 6, are there any you would like to pull? Commissioner Batista?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
No, sir.
Director?
No.
So then, can we have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 6?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is now adopted. Apologies. That moves us to HI. J, motion for extension of provisional licensure for 1 year. There are 3. I have noted the director would like to pull number 2. Do I have a motion to accept items 1 and 3 by consent?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. So let's get, would you like to pull either 1 or 3, Commissioner Marty? Commissioner Batista?
No.
Commissioner Caballero?
No, sir.
You remain number 2 only? Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Section J, items 1 and 3?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those motions are adopted. We can go to number 2, which is Astute Health Learning Academy 9082. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Have you been notified whether someone was going to be here or not?
No.
Okay. Staff recommendations are to deny extension of provisional licensure. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Any public comment? This is why it's always important to have face-to-face conversations. So we are looking for a motion then to accept staff recommendations for number 9082.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That order is adopted. Section K has 8 items. It is the motion for extension of license. Do I have a motion to accept these 8 items by consent?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Commissioner Marty, would you like to pull any of these 8? Commissioner Batista?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
No, Mr.
Director?
None.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Section K, items 1 through 8?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff recommendations are adopted, which moves us to Section L, motion for request for extension of time to comply with contingencies. There are 3 items in this section. Do I have a motion to accept these 3 by consent?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Commissioner Marty, would you like to pull any of these 3? Commissioner Batista?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
None.
Director?
None.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Section L, items 1 through 3?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries and moves us along to Section M, where there are 9 items. I have noted that we would be pulling items 3, 6, 7, and 9. Commissioner Marty, do you have any, do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Commissioner Marty, do you have any beyond 3, 6, 7, and 9? Commissioner Batista?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
None?
No additional.
All right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for section M, items 1, 2, 4, 5, and 8?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries and takes us to item number 3, which is Elise Aesthetics Institute, Longwood, number 4621. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Didn't feel like we were ever going to get to you for a second there, did it?
It's okay. We're here.
Thank you for being here, ma'am. Are you familiar with the staff recommendations that we have in front of us that include 2 contingencies?
Yes.
Okay. One of those being a financial review and the other one being a Form 604. Do you know where you are with your financial review? Hopefully that's in progress.
The financial review for 2023 or 2024?
It's 2024.
Yes, I am a couple of weeks away. I'm hoping to have it by tomorrow, by the deadline.
Okay.
So I think we're talking about 2023. Is that correct? No?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so 2024 should be done in the next week or so.
Right. I believe this staff recommendation does give you 90 days to comply with these. So it sounds like you're comfortable with that timelining of getting that done?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me how your year has been going and how your financial projections, for your current state are?
Yes. We went into ownership, so we purchased our building in October 2021, moved in February 28th, 2022, and Hurricane Ian flooded us September 28, 2022. So we moved in, did a renovation, and then we had a lot of stuff that happened. Since then, I wrote in my financial explanation that my husband and I had a life change, and we went from 0 to 3 kids via adoption through foster, and it kind of pulled me out last year, and I had someone in the position that I had, and their strength was not admissions. So since then, I've returned back to being full-time and kind of getting the business back where it needs to be. So I'm projecting this year we'll be able to break even and not be in the deficit.
So you're 3424, no, that's 34234.
4621.
Yeah, you're not Minnesota. Can you tell me where you're located down there?
In
What part?
Longwood, Florida, Elise Aesthetics Institute, Longwood. We moved from Maitland to Longwood.
Right, okay. How did the hurricane recovery go?
We sued our insurance company who paid us $0 for over $200,000 worth of damage, and we won the lawsuit. We're in arbitration, so we're hoping to win. The judge awarded us. So we have, I don't know if you know about it, but we have an umpire that's fighting the insurance company so we should be hearing from them after 3 years before this June is out. So it's been very challenging.
Have you had trouble getting insurance
Yes,
after that?
we had forced.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, which is it? Is there a judgment in your favor, or are you in arbitration?
In arbitration right now. But we have to hire what's called an umpire when the insurance company and the other party can't agree. So we are awaiting notice from the umpire which way he is going in. And that has just affected a lot of operations and financials and things like that. And then our enrollment plummeted as well. So we are getting our enrollment back up and running. But when we relocated from Maitland to Longwood, we had hired a marketing company with the expansion, and then our lead generation diminished. So it was a lot of business decisions I was making to help improve, but did not work in our favor.
Well, I'm sorry you ended up having to sue your insurance company.
We won, though.
Yeah, kind of the point of insurance, right, for them to pay
I'm
you
sorry,
back.
wait a minute. Did you win, or are you in arbitration?
So listen, what happened was, I guess this is unclear to you. We had to sue the company. The judge awarded us to be able to get an appraisal. we have the appraisal, and then now we are in arbitration. There's two sides.
they're
So
trying to
this is
argue the
a due
amount
process. They're arguing now.
Yeah. So you're negotiating the dollar amount. that's
Exactly.
forthcoming. I got you.
So
Okay,
he's
yeah,
asking if we won. We won to be able to go to the
Yeah,
next phase.
okay. Yeah. Well,
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
you've had a lot going on.
A lot.
A lot, right? Kids, hurricanes, right? Lots of, which I don't know which one of those is tougher, right? Yeah. And you're familiar with the staff recommendations here, and this does continue your provisional license. Are you in a good place?
I'm in a provisional?
I'm sorry. This issues a provisional license, right? So are you in a good place to continue operations serving students, prioritizing their needs?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And it sounds like you're in a good position to meet these two contingencies within 90 days of the clerk order as
Absolutely.
well.
And we have a site visit scheduled for June 16th.
Nice. All right. Day after Father's Day. I hope that goes well. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Any public comment? Then hearing none, do I have a staff recommendation, or excuse me, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 4621?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here and being
Can you
patient.
clarify what I'm approved for right now? Where am I at?
The staff recommendations that we talked about at the outset, which had two contingencies, financial review and Form 604.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Number 6. Medical Institute of Palm Beach, Green Acres, number 3263. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. All right. It appears that we have no one here. I have noted here, commissioners, that this licensee is on probation for their PN program with the Board of Nursing. Do you have any questions or comments about that before we ask for a motion? Would love to have had that conversation. Instead, we will ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 3263.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is adopted. Number 7 is Miami Ad School, number 3086. Yay, somebody's here. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Roxandra Tipa. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of Miami Ad School.
Thank you for being here.
Thank
Madam,
you.
are you familiar with the staff recommendations, including the 3 contingencies that we're looking at in front of us?
I am, and I can confirm that we are under audits right now. We will be ready to submit the 2024 financial statements by June 30th.
Okay. This staff recommendation does allow 120, well, no, pardon me. Where's the days? 30 days of the clerked order. If indeed you have that done by June 30th, it sounds like it might fall within that 30 days. If it doesn't, it could potentially fall outside of that, which would be problematic. So are you confident about that date?
I am pretty confident. We have to submit the audited financial statements to the department. We are an accredited institution, and to
So
me,
you had to do them regardless, right?
exactly.
Yes.
And our
All right.
auditors are aware.
Okay. Are you on probation with that accreditor?
We are.
Okay. How is that communication going, navigating?
It's going well. We are in constant communication. We submitted to the commission and to COE, the accreditor, our teach-out plan, our latest communication on that. It's mainly due to the financials, which again, we are trying to reset a school, but we are backed up by our parent company. So we feel confident we're gonna do this.
All right. I like your enthusiasm.
How many students do you currently have?
In Miami, we have 37 students
37 students. And where are they in their program?
at various levels. I don't have that information right now accurately, but I can submit it in writing to the commission.
And you're still enrolling students?
We are.
So, just to point out how this information trails for us, you have gradually over the past 3 years increased your negative working capital every year. From 22 to 23, it increased by a multiple of 6. From 23 to 24, it increased by, gosh, a multiple of 4. Is the number of students you have now going to continue that trend of negative working capital, and how do you see your way out of that? You're the CFO, you probably have a plan, right? Tell me about that plan.
Yeah. So we are resetting again the company. We're working on multiple fronts. Our biggest challenge has been enrolling, so we're dedicating a large amount of our budget goes towards marketing and sales efforts. We partnered up with a new lead generation company. We hired a marketing and sales director. We took control of the expenses. We're doing everything we can, and we do know that we're following a reset traditional J-curve, but we feel confident in our efforts, in the brand of the company. Our students are being awarded numerous recognitions such as Cannes Lions, D&D, One Club, AAF. We are a highly reputable school in advertising.
All right. Then it sounds like we are going to ask for a motion to accept the staff recommendations as they stand. Are you comfortable with that, madam?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations on 3086?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is adopted. I hope June 30th hits like you expect it to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And may I say thank you to Angela Shelby.
Awesome. Thank you.
Appreciate her work.
Number 9 is Suncoast Career Academy, Brandon, number 6044. If you're here from that institution, you have likely been patient and waiting all day long, and I appreciate you coming up because you are next to the last page we have here, so I appreciate your patience.
Good afternoon, Tiffany Hamill, Suncoast Career Academy Director.
I'm Brad Harrimans. I'm the CEO of Suncoast Community Health Centers and also on the board of Suncoast Career Academy.
And I'm Susan Peltz. I am the CFO of Suncoast Community Health Centers and also on the board of Suncoast Career Academy, and I'm a licensed Florida CPA.
Wow. Well, we have all the heavy hitters here to answer the questions then. Thank you. Really, seriously, it's a hard conversation. Well, it's no conversation if you're not here, but it makes it a lot easier to have stakeholders and decision makers in the room. You know why you're here, obviously.
Yes.
Is there anything you guys would like to address or something that's been going on internally that might help us understand your current state relative to the trailing information that we have here?
Yes, in January of 2024, we opened our medical assistant program, but also moved into a new building. And our fiscal year ends March 31st. So there was an accounting error, and that error has quickly been fixed to show the profit. We will receive our next audit, should be completed the end of June, and it should show an unaudited amount of $115,000 net gain.
So, how many students do you currently have?
I'm sorry?
How many students do you currently have?
Currently, we have 129. Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of students.
It is.
Good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a program within your offerings that is driving that? more than any other? You've got 3 that I'm looking at. That's what I'm asking. Is it the pharmacy tech, the dental assistant, the medical assistant?
Every year, we've increased our class offerings and programs, and we started in 2018 with just dental. So dental is our largest program, and this past year, we added another DA offering. So each term, we have three dental assistant offerings.
And
to go.
What's the cost of that program? To the student, the tuition?
The tuition is $3,900 currently, a $100 registration fee, and then the books are $210.
Okay. I mean, that's a considerable, if you have that many students, right? That's a decent amount of revenue that you should be bringing in.
We also opened our medical assistant program, which is longer. We started that in January of 2024. What the tuition is higher as well. So it's an 11-month program.
Okay. Commissioner Caballero, are you happy with the numbers that you see there before you?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I'm reading the improvement plan, and it looks like you secured a financial support agreement with another entity, correct? So,
Yes, our parent corporation is Suncoast Community Health Centers, and these are the representatives.
Well,
our CFO could attest to the accounting error when we moved into the new building.
we'd love to hear about
Here.
that.
Actually, there are 2 things that happened in that fiscal year. The first was because of the construction, a lot of information a lot of expenses were being booked into the construction process, which is on the balance sheet. Instead of reviewing it every month and looking for expenses that should have been expensed to the income statement, that was not done until after the close of the fiscal year when they were actually closing the books, at which time they discovered $60,000 in expense, which then had to go to their books.
They were previously treated as CapEx,
They were.
so you got dinged with 60 grand.
They got
that
dinged
you
with
weren't
60
expecting.
grand. If that had been done on a timely basis, management would have seen what was happening and would have acted more swiftly and had mitigated that expense.
Yeah.
At the end of the year as well, the auditors classified the intercompany liability, which was the furniture and equipment that was purchased for the building. They classified that intercompany liability as current instead of non-current. So that impacted the working capital ratio.
Do you have new auditors now?
No, but we will next year. I've had a discussion with the partner last evening to try to ascertain why they made that decision. There was a lot of miscommunication apparently involved. So this year, it will be shown as non-current.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I suppose on your statement of cash flows, it didn't make any effect, right? In the end, it was just showing up on your income statement in a painful way.
Correct. That caused both the net loss and the negative working capital.
Right. How long was your construction process? How long were you working on that?
It was a little over a year.
Right. So what would have been broken out over that period as an expense all landed in one place?
It all landed in the month of March of 2024, and our fiscal year ended March 31st.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Life's about timing, isn't it? Yeah. Well, thank you. It makes it so much easier to have a conversation and understand all of that, and I bet Commissioner Caballero appreciates it as well. The numbers only tell half the story, right? So thank you for taking it seriously and coming in and explaining it. You know, with the negative working capital that we showed, it's not even half the story. Now I see it, it makes a little bit more sense. And with the number of students that you have, I mean, even, I'm assuming you guys are happy with your current enrollment velocity. Sounds like you're working on it more, but where is it relative to your 2025 plan for your enrollments?
Every year we've increased. In last reporting period, we were at 116 students, and now we're at 129. Our medical assistant program, like we opened with 6 students, that currently we have 12 additional ones, and our fall term already has 9 that are enrolled. So the new programs are going up. And the addition of the dental assistant program, we're filling those slots too. We're doing well.
Well, I gotta say, I think you're in a good spot. I think Brandon's your people, right? That's a community that is ripe with the opportunity to upskill and train.
And we've also had students this far from 8 counties, mostly, yes, from Hillsborough County, but we even had one from Osceola who drove over every Tuesday and Thursday for class during rush hour.
Good for you for tracking that information. That's important information to know when you consider growing in the future, to see where your people are coming from, right? That's cool.
If you don't mind, as the CEO of Suncoast Community Health Centers, we started this program a number of years with a very specific reason. We have one of the largest dental programs for a community health center in the nation. We have a residency program with NYU Langone that we run. It's one of the largest pediatric dental residency programs in the country. Obviously, we have to generate a lot of dental assistants to feed that program. So we initially did. We started with the dental assisting program, and then we added pharmacy tech. Then we added the medical assisting program. And the way we work it is, if you graduate from the program, if we don't promise you a job, but if we like you, you like us, a lot of their hands-on rotations are all done at the community health center.
Sure.
So following that, if we give you a job, you stay with us for 3 years, then we write you a check for $3,000 of your tuition after that. And I've personally already written close to 20 checks.
Good for you.
For people that have stayed. And it really is a win-win just all the way around. And we've had people that have graduated from the dental assisting program that have gone on to dental hygiene. We've had one that applied for dental school. Some go into dental sales. Some are still with us as dental assistants. So watching that, and when we do our graduations, it's really something to see. A lot of the folks, too, have never graduated from anything in their life, and then they come and they're successful with that program, gets them into the workforce, it allows them to provide for them and their families, and provide for the community health centers. And within our network of centers there in that area, a lot of the other community health centers will also hire our graduates as they come out of those programs. We've had this program going for a number of years. When this thing popped up on this accounting area, it kind of threw us all back. We will never allow this program to fail. We just won't. And when it was housed within our organization, it was just free rent. They used our conference room for their classes.
Yeah.
So all I did was purchase a building across the street, renovate it, and grow the program, and moved them across the street. And the next thing you know, I'm sitting here looking at this. and so I can, however they want to do the record keeping, but I'm not going to let that program.
Sure. Well, and I can't say this often enough, and I know we even within this section we have people that just don't show up. This is why these conversations matter so much. It makes perfect sense what's happened now. These are things we would have never known if you had not been here. Just look at the numbers and have our concerns about what's happening. What's the old saying? The road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? We don't know what your intentions are, what your plans are, but it sounds like this is an integral part of the growth of your more comprehensive business, right? So you can't let this go.
No.
Yeah.
Well, when I saw this, I'm like, I would have been asking the exact same question.
Okay. It makes sense. Well, thank you for the clarity. Certainly thank you for your patience coming up here and explaining it, and it makes such a difference for you to be here and us to talk through it. Are you guys comfortable with the staff recommendations as they are issued?
I just have a clarification on the first 2 recommendations. My understanding is we'll be issued the annual license, and then when we get the audit, turn it in.
You're issued a provisional license.
So what will occur is you will be granted an annual license for procedural purposes only. And then you will have, because we don't want to deny your annual license because you didn't meet compliance with that. So you'll be granted that for procedural purpose. You will actually get a provisional license due to the substantive change. Yours does have a caveat in it that states that delegating the authority to the executive director to return the institution to the annual license through May 31st of 2026 upon demonstration that the financial structure of the institution is sound pursuant to the rule. So what that means is if you're in this process through May 31st, 2026, you're under provisional due to the subchange of both the negative working capital and the negative net income. If you submit a financial audit or review that is demonstrating that you are now financially sound, you were talking about how you're just about to be done with yours in the near future. If you submit that, that is showing that you have positive working capital or positive net income, then I will review it and determine if I can move you back to your annual status in the interim.
Okay, thank you.
I can't say enough about what a great job you and the staff are doing, because all of everything that she just said says we don't want to stand in the way of you growing, right? And if we just stuck you on there for a year and didn't review it and give you that opportunity, it stands in the way. You've been growing every year, and we don't want it to limit the access that students in Florida can have to good training. And I think that's fantastic that we've included it in here, so that once those substantiations are made, it's up to the executive director to return you to that so you can continue your growth. This is a good conversation to round the day out with. Any other questions? Any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 6044?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is adopted. Thank you for being here so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you. Section O is name change. There are 2 items in this section. Do I have a motion to accept these 2 items by consent?
Some?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Commissioner Marty, would you like to pull either of these 2? Commissioner Batista?
No.
Commissioner Caballero?
Nope.
Director?
No.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Section O items 1 and 2?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Number P is agent training programs. There are none. And within sections, wait, what did you just hand me? So to do those entirely?
So you don't have to do
Okay. Because the others can be taken together, is there a motion to accept the reports for sections 14 through 17, program terminations, approved applicant letters, licenses sent, and closed school reports by consent?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, and that should take us to comments of commissioners and members. And commissioners, do you have anything you'd like to add or share?
No, just want to say thank you again to the executive director and the team for all the hard work they do. It's a lot of work. Thank you. You make it easy for us. We appreciate it.
I'd like to add in, go ahead. I'm sorry, Commissioner Marty, what was that? Yeah, I'd like to add in that I think it's been 3 years now that I've been on this commission, somewhere in there. And culturally, there has been a distillation and refinement so that the folks that are sitting in those chairs and the folks that are sitting in these chairs, I don't want to be Pollyanna, but it feels like we're all working together. Dare I say that there's a culture of collaboration and one of consistency where we have a shared alignment. And I don't know what it was like before I joined the board. I'm not saying that it was anything different. I'm just saying it feels like there's positive momentum where we all seem to be working together. And I think that's because of the director's leadership and the hard work of the staff, because what was presented to us was thoughtful, beginning with the quasi-judicial hearings at the beginning of the day, all the way through the very last staff recommendation that allowed for a school to substantiate their challenges and move back to annual and continue to grow. That wasn't in every recommendation that was provided here, so I know you guys were thinking about it. It's just awesome. It's so cool. So I just want to say that out loud. With that being said, the last item is to adjourn, so I'd like to thank everyone for lasting through day 2. And I love doing these in person. I think it's the only way we get to really know everyone involved, and thank you for being here. And if there's no further business to come before the commission, we are adjourned. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
It's helped. I didn't know.
Can I just say one thing?
Sorry. You'll be off the record, but yes.
Yeah, no, off the record. I came in from Louisiana for a program change, so I flew here, so I just wanted to say hi, Accelerated Academy, that's all. Thank you, it was great seeing things. I learned a lot about CDLs, so that was awesome. So thank you, that's all, I appreciate it. Accelerated Academy, we converted our program from in-person dental assisting to a hybrid program, so yeah, thank you, great, appreciate it, thank you.